Hello there. Hello, hello. I New York Raider fan, let's go. Um Amanda, hello. Yeah, I feel like I should have a longer intro for five than 5 minutes, just because I feel like it the time ends up going by a little too quickly sometimes. But yeah, so I've got two Seestars that were working. I think they're still working. I see them connected. I'm going to do something slightly different this time with the with some automation for the Seestar, which I hadn't. I think I've talked about it before. Basically, there's this uh, Kai is his name. He anyway, he has a bunch of YouTube videos. I'll link them in the description after this after the live stream's over. But he created kind of command line uh, a command line utility that lets you kind of control the Seestar, and then an API that is compatible with so there's these different telescope control protocols, and one of them, one of the popular ones, or one of the popular ways of interfacing with telescopes is ASCOM. And then but it was a Windows specific thing, and there's kind of like a next generation one that's called ASCOM Alpaca. And so anyway, he built this, and he has some some good videos where he shows being able to control it from Stellarium. Unfortunately, that I think only works. There's a way to do it on Mac, but it's easier to do on Windows, I think. Um, and so, as part of that, I thanks to Wiley Site, who has been on, I think, a similar journey as me with his Seestar, and he got that running, and I went ahead and got it running as well. And so I was kind of experimenting around with it. So one of the Seestars, it can control multiple Seestars, but I'm only gonna control one of them using the software today. And I see Wiley Site has made a comment that you already managed to break my code. Nice. Basically, the I'm not going to show it on stream, but you can control the Alpaca, or the API, using Stellarium and other software, but or there's this kind of almost programmer oriented kind of interface. There's several of them: Postman, Bruno. Anyway, basically it's kind of a bit fiddly. So today I ended up putting together a web interface, which I'll show on the stream. And it's interesting. So like this community has kind of sprung up of people who are, I mean, there's a few different communities, but that have sprung up around the Seestar, and kind of, there's a Facebook group, just a normal, just a Seestar kind of unofficial group. And then there's other groups, but then specifically this one having to do with automation and some other things. And so it was kind of difficult getting, like, if you're a developer, it's not as difficult to get it working on Mac and Windows. But if you aren't, it's kind of a little bit trickier. But someone in the community has kind of bundled up a way to more easily install it on Windows and Mac computers. And so it's kind of a work in progress, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And I'm the way things are moving, I have a feeling the rough edges are starting to get addressed, and so I have a feeling it'll be something that is more approachable soon. I might do a more in-depth video, but I'll probably cover a lot of ground tonight. So yeah, I've been following his app. Yeah, um, it's interesting because one of the common things. So there's a number of nice features about the software. One is that you can kind of schedule things. So if you want to take a series of images from different objects over the night and then have the telescope kind of shut itself down at the end of the night, it supports that, which is by itself pretty awesome. But one of the other thing of kind of a long time requested feature for the Seestar has been that mosaic mode, where basically you can take multiple where you take multiple images of the same target, and kind of like how people do panoramas, where you kind of take a series of photos. You take a series of photos of a target that's maybe too big to fit in the frame, like some things like the North American Nebula, or a couple of objects that are maybe close to each other, and then you combine them together into one big image. And this has been a request. It's a frequent request for the Seestar app to add it, but this Kai's API supports mosaic mode. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to show that tonight, but I know several people in the community have been using it and producing some pretty spectacular results from it. And I know Wiley Site was kicking the tires on it last night with the Veil Nebula, and so it's an interesting thing. But like I say, it's kind of a work in progress, a little rough around the edges. But I have a feeling, especially once that kind of one-click install is kind of out there in the wild, I think it'll really kind of help more people adopt it. So let me start getting to it. Because of, oh yeah, and by the way, I think, was it yesterday was the first day of summer, so happy beginning of summer. If it's already hot where you are, it doesn't feel like it's the beginning of summer. But so what I because the amount of time between when the sun sets and the live stream starts is kind of narrow. Both telescopes are online, but I need to start pointing them at something. So let us change our point of view. Let me see. Which one was it? Okay. Is this the one? Nope, that wasn't the one. Let me, well, that's one of the views. That's the all sky camera. And you can see both of the Seestars are kind of ready to go. But the view I really wanted to do is kind of my overly busy view of the sky camera, both Seestars, and my computer. Do I need the computer? Oh no, oh yeah. Sorry. I was like, why do I need this view? It's because of this. So now we have both Seestars online, ready to go. Yeah, I was talking to somebody up in New York, but also in someone in Boston, and yeah, it's been hot up there too. That's kind of normal here in Texas, but everything's built to take it around here. Like it's so air conditioned here, so I imagine I've been in New York when it was that hot, and it wasn't pleasant. The subways were in New York City, the subways were particularly brutal when it was that hot. All right, so what I was going to do first, hopefully everything stays kind of together tonight. So first thing I need to do is try to align one of the or point this at an align star, just to try to, and I've been using this one because it's at a good altitude where I am, and there's unobstructed sky. So when it does the horizontal calibration, it has to take 3 additional photos, and yeah, so if it's obstructed, it's so far that's looking good. So let me do the same on this one. I actually had started trying to align it with that star, but I ran into it was a little too early, unfortunately. Oops, I don't know why I always do that. And I say that every time where I say, I don't know why I always do that. It's kind of like a circular, it's like Groundhog Day. Okay. And let's see. And we tried it earlier, so we're going to try it again. Okay. So once these get aligned and I start an exposure, then we'll be ready to go. Last week, I was able to do it earlier because the moon was like at the first quarter, so I was actually able to align both telescopes against the moon even before sunset. So unfortunately, I mean, we're going to have more interference from the moon because it's essentially full moon, but on the other hand, but I also wasn't able to align the telescopes ahead of time. So as usual, one of the scopes has managed to successfully lock onto the star. Now it's on the second one. Yeah. Yeah, Dallas usually isn't as humid as Houston. Like here it's always humid. Almost always humid. I mean, we're 50 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and the water there is usually like bathwater temperature. So, okay, this one finally locked on. And so we'll start that one. And like I say, once it kind of goes through this initial calibration with the star, I will, then we can get to imaging stuff. And again, thanks to Wiley's site, I have some stuff to, I have some additional things to show. Why did that one fail? Of course. Yeah, Humanston. Yeah. Yeah, when we so the basketball team in Houston is the Houston Rockets, and I guess when they were it was a football team, I think, or it was when we were getting a new football team, and they were trying to come up with a name for the team. I was like, well, if we have the Miami Heat, why can't we have the Houston Humidity? But this is why I don't name things. Oh, hello, Anderson. Thanks for joining. Yeah, the mosaic mode built in will be nice, but with this automation software, you can kind of do it now, but it's like I was saying earlier, it's kind of a little. Did I bring that up on screen? Yeah. It's kind of a little tricky, a little finicky to get it going. That's annoying that one didn't calibrate. But let's see how this one's doing. The one on the phone, the middle image on the screen, and star tracking failed. I think it's doing that. I see that the stars are like the fainter ones are trailing, and that happened to me. I actually did a test run of some of this last night. It was actually clear for a bit last night, actually quite a bit last night, and then I stopped when the moon started getting in the way. But this happened where I was imaging something, and again, it does this drifting thing where it can't get a solid lock on it, but then it finally did, like it decided to stop kind of drifting. Okay, well, it claimed it got 10 seconds. I'm going to do a little bit more, and then I'm going to stop the middle one. Meanwhile, the other one that didn't horizontally calibrate is actually progressing. So that's good. Um, yeah. So once these are done in a few seconds, I'm going to go ahead and um, try to move on to some real targets for the evening. Um, and yeah, I'll wait until I'm able to focus on it a little bit more. But yeah, this automation has a lot of potential to be able to kind of schedule multiple Seestars and let them run kind of overnight without kind of uh, any kind of manual work on it after the fact. Like you just kind of put in your list of targets you want to image and then kind of let it go. Okay. Okay, this one looks good. They're both almost up to a minute. Okay, this one's at a minute, so I'll stop this one. This one is almost at a minute. And I'll stop that. Okay, so we are ready with both of them. Now the one on the left, the one that's on my computer screen, this one is the one that I can control automatically. So I need to figure out what I'm going to point it at, but I'll show you the interface for it in a moment. But I think first I'm going to, well, let me go to Stellarium and I'll show you kind of what I have been, it was something that I had been meaning to do for a while, but basically Stellarium has the ability to do custom landscapes. So like if we turn on, let me pick a time when the sun was up, and I turn off the atmosphere so it ends up. So yeah, the sun's up, and so you see this kind of landscape, and there are other landscapes that kind of come with Stellarium, and of course, I always end up moving it off this edge of the screen, or where my laptop blocks it. So if you go basically on this side, there's several options here, and the third one is this view option, and it's got a number of tabs. One of them's landscapes. So I have it by default, this small French village north of Lyon, or however you pronounce it. Anyway, so they have a number of interesting ones, and I ended up defining one based on my backyard. I was originally going to take photos of my backyard, and people do that. They'll take like a panoramic photo of their backyard, and then they kind of process it in a way and then load it in. And that's how these images were kind of built. And I was going to do that, and I think I had seen this other way of doing it. But basically, Wiley's site had done, well, I think I had run across it too, but he kind of prompted me to actually get it done. But there's a website where somebody, basically you don't have to buy an app. You bring up a website on your phone, and basically you kind of pan it around and trace out kind of the outline of your horizon, or buildings, whatever is obstructing your view. And then it just kind of dumps out this kind of spreadsheet, comma number list. You edit a couple of text files in Stellarium, restart it, and you get this. So let me bring up some messages here. So that's cool, because it's in Brazil it's winter, so you get longer, probably not that much longer, but well, maybe, I don't know, longer nights and galaxies. Yeah, mine. It's interesting because both of them, you can see both of them are set up next to each other, like you can see both of the telescopes are set up literally right next to each other, and one failed and the other didn't while trying to align on the exact same star. So I don't know. And sorry, the instructions for that Wiley site are completely they're incorrect. It only takes decimal right ascension and declination. So it claims it'll take the other format, but because it won't. I'm going to fix that. That's an issue I want to fix. And so how are you running Seestar on the Mac? So I actually have two different things going on here. If I switch to, if I switch to this view, I need to bring it back on screen. So this right here is the Seestar app, the iPad app that's running on my Mac, because Apple Silicon Macs, the newer ones like M1, M2, M3, they can run iPad apps from the iPad store. So that's what this is. The other thing, the one in the middle, is from my phone, which is right here. And I have it, you can do screen mirroring, but what I have done is I've got a HDMI cable that goes into like essentially a capture card. So that's how I get them on screen. Thanks for yeah. So so the computer. So I basically you trace kind of the outline of the horizon, and I'll include a link to the I want to do like a little short video to kind of go into more detail about it, because otherwise it'll kind of get lost in the noise. But it's pretty easy. It's basically two text files. One of them is just the list that comes from the web app. The other is just kind of boilerplate that you drop in a directory for the Seestar. You restart it, and then it shows up, and you can see my backyard, which is incredibly originally named. So when I switch to it, it doesn't have kind of like the photographic aspect, but it has it has the what do you call it? The it has the outline. So that's the most important thing. So if you can, I've talked many times about how bad my background, my sky is here. So it's kind of hard to tell, I guess, if I move the time back where, well, no, but basically this circle where the compass directions are, that's the horizon. And this is actually incorrect. This is an artifact. I need to redo the kind of the outline, but that's basically my horizon, which is why I've said, to the west, I have almost nothing. Like there's one little exception where I can see slightly to the west of like this is the meridian. So this is the line that goes straight overhead from, it goes from north to south straight overhead, the line. So I can see slightly to the west, but most of what I can see is to the east. But even then, it's not that low. It's like, in some cases, like over here, it's over 50 degrees above the horizon. So this has been pretty helpful. And like I say, I'll include a link in the description afterwards of the app, and I will be soon coming up with just a super short video describing this process, because it's not that complicated, but it's super worthwhile, because it's allowed me to kind of more definitively say whether or not I can even see something. So as it turns out, we can see not much. No, it's like a lot of globular clusters are visible, which was always kind of the thing. This is towards the south. And so you can see there's not a whole lot visible right now, which is why I often start with globular clusters the last few live streams, because that's pretty much all I can see. Now, it turns out I can actually see a bit further south this direction. I mean, a bit closer to the horizon to the north. And so you can see there's actually, because, the Milky Way is, if I kind of get rid of it, you can see, well, let me turn on, this will take a sec to load. But yeah, you can see, well, actually, maybe that's not the best view. Let me shut that off. I turned off atmospheres to make it more visible, but you can see, like, basically the Milky Way is starting to become visible a little bit, but it's still largely blocked by by everything around me. But that's okay. So one of the things we can do over here, there are a few targets that are starting to become visible. Now, I tried imaging the elephant trunk last night, but it, I mean, we can try it again. And I'm going to try it with the phone, or with this one, now this, I need to redo this kind of outline of the horizon because it was a little off. And last night when I tried to look at some things that were supposedly above the house next door, it was almost above it. But so let's go look at that. We're going to look at Elephant Trunk. Is Crescent Nebula visible yet? No. Oh, let's try Elephant's Trunk. I think I looked at it on the other one. It might not be visible yet. Like I say, the app might be, or Stellarium, the horizon might not be completely accurate, but we'll see. So yeah, that's going to be the first target on this scope, and then I'm going back to Stellarium to see what else is here. The North American Nebula. Now this is pretty cool, but it'll take a longer exposure, but I do want to get that going before too long. Although I might wait until it's past like another hour from now. It'll be past this obstruction, because right now it's theoretically visible, but it'll kind of become not visible for a little bit. The Ring Nebula is visible, so we could try that. Just to mix it up, so I'm not always doing globular clusters. Yeah, I'll try that. M57. I think I've imaged it before, or no, I have, but I'll try it again. Just see. Oh, and plus, this is the one that the calibration failed on, so it might work. We'll see. That might, because it still needs to be horizontally calibrated before I do any of the automation stuff, just ideally. So M57 on this one. Meanwhile, it always does this. It's like the autocomplete is a little, I mean, it is an iPad app that I'm running on a Mac, on a laptop. So let's try that. Now, Yeah, the elephant's trunk might be too low because the phone is kind of in this loop right now where it's trying to identify it. So let me stop that, and um we can look at the image, see what it looks like. Yeah. So it's not quite visible yet. Unfortunately, like I say, that's why I need to redo that horizon. So let's see what else might be a target that I could try. M56, that's another globular. Um, I always do globular clusters, and like for my sky at this time of year, that's one of the kind of common things I can image. So, oh, wait a second. Um, there was something else. Um, there was something else I had. Let me look over here. There was something else I had imaged yesterday. Um, that I want to image again. Uh, so go to my list of targets off screen. Not that there's anything in it. It's just a list of nebulas and stuff. What was it? Actually, let me check the chat. Okay. Uh, uh, unknown. You're welcome. Hey Tom, how are you doing? Welcome. Thanks for joining. Um, Let me see. I feel like my chat's been okay. No, it's good. It was kind of behind a little bit, and it does this periodically. So what I'm going to do is I was going to check. There were some targets I had looked up last night. How much time do I have to image this? I have maybe an hour. Let me see. Oops. It was. Let me see. Yeah, this was the one or let me compare that to, there was actually a couple of little galaxy clusters I had run across that were okay. I mean, again, the problem I have is I'm in terrible Bortle skies. Sometimes I end up having to turn on this extra. I hate it when that dock gets in the way. You know what? I need to oops. I need to resize this. Good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's not as impressive. I think we'll go for this other one. This NGC. What was it? NGC. Why isn't it? 5566. Yeah. So we will try on. Is this one? I was pointing this at. Oh, yeah. I haven't started this one. This is M57, but you can actually see the ring right there. Very faint, but that's a nice bright target. So let me just get that going. And it's going to try horizontally calibrating. So that gives us some time to check the other one. So I am going to go to NGC 5566 and I'll revisit the elephant's trunk. Although I probably won't. I'll probably go for NGC, or not NGC, the North American Nebula, because that I was able to get some stuff signal from. So This one is calibrating. Yeah. Yeah. It would be nice to if they'd make equatorial mount, and I know there are people who've adapted it. Like I know Wiley Site has done some work, has done work with with it in equatorial mode. It's a little, again, it's not made for it per se, but it's by doing certain things with the app, it's possible to get it to be equatorial mounted, and people have gotten some pretty good results with it. But again, it's not as fiddly as the app, as the automation app, but it would be nice if they made it easier. And yeah, I've definitely mapped out the obstructions in Stellarium. And hi, Alex. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining the stream. I appreciate it. And so Wiley Site, you scrapped equatorial mode for the night because alignment. Yeah. Well, and I know in the case of Wiley Site, he has the same problem I have. I can't see Polaris from my house, from my backyard. So it makes polar alignment a little bit more effort. So unfortunately, so this is, let me see how the field compares. What I ended up doing yesterday is although NGC 5566 looks cool, I aligned it. You can see on Stellarium, I moved the frame a little bit over so I could also get this NGC 5577 in the frame. And so that's what I'm doing on this one. I'm kind of manually adjusting it. And then I hit go to, because sometimes I end up playing around with the framing, because if there's something I also want to get in the frame, it's worth kind of moving it. So there's that. It is identifying. And this one is kind of going ahead. We've got a minute of data on it. I'm probably not going to get too much on it, but there is, what is this IC 1296? Let me see. There's my all sky camera. IC 1296. Okay. Oh, interesting. See, I mean, we're not going to get an image like that tonight, but so right near the Ring Nebula is this other galaxy. Oh, well, you can't see it on the screen because I've got the wrong view up. So you can see here's the Ring Nebula, and then there's this other little galaxy here. Well, it's not little. It's how big is it? It's 238 million light years away, and it's 120,000 light years in diameter. So it's comparable in size to the Milky Way. So let's see what that looks like right now. So that's right there. So I might just keep this going for a while, for a bit. And meanwhile, this other one, I am starting the imaging on that. There's not anything to see right now, so it's just a blank screen, but that one's going. And what else? So yeah, that's kind of how I've done it with my equatorial mount. Is I kind of point it north with a compass, but then making sure, because true north is different from magnetic north depending on where you live, and there's a way to correct it. I mean, there's like at least on Mac, there's like a check to it does the offset calculation for you when you turn it on. And but even then, it's finicky if there's like metal around and stuff. So it's not 100%. Like I've gotten some pretty good results sometimes. Like especially when I was doing stuff with the sun practicing for the eclipse, I would kind of do that alignment with the compass, and there were times where it would barely drift over like a half hour period, and then there were other times where it was like drifting, drifting a fair amount. So, um, yeah. So I that would be my thought is Tom, like how close does the polar alignment need to be? Um, it's it would I would think the rough alignment would be enough to, because I did a calculation. There's like a calculator where it'll show you how much the drift rate is if your polar alignment's off by a few degrees, and it was definitely better. Um, and the Seestar, but see, I don't know how much the Seestar would correct for that. It might end up, yeah, I don't know, but I would think, um, yeah, and Kai swears it doesn't have to be too accurate, so um, that would be my thought, is that it doesn't need to be that accurate, but I haven't personally tried it yet. It's been on my list of things to do, but the weather has been non-cooperative generally. Alex Live is asking about the balcony. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. I've kind of, I had a couple of weeks ago, I had one of the telescopes kind of pointing out the window facing west. Um, but yeah, maybe at some point. Um, but actually, maybe once I get some of the automation going, I might do that. I might do that once I have the automation kind of a little bit more tested. And actually, it's not even just the automation. I would want to do it when the skies are better, because like right now, there's the moon, the full moon is up. Now, granted, I can't see it yet because the buildings block it, but it's going to start washing out the sky soon. It's already like 6 degrees above the horizon, which isn't a lot, but it'll start washing things out more soon. Um, but that's okay. So let's go back and see what this is looking like. We are, oh yeah, that looks nice. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, see that galaxy is like, it's really hard to see anything there right now, but I mean, that galaxy, to be fair, is far. Did you see the strawberry moon? No, I didn't. I didn't. Well, I kind of did, but where we are, I mean, I've seen some good photos where that people had taken of the full moon, uh, kind of near buildings, coming up behind buildings. But the problem is, even though I'm surrounded by buildings, I'd have to go somewhere else. I wouldn't have to drive that far, but I'd have to drive somewhere to get that effect of the moon just coming up behind something. And unfortunately, even though it was clear here last night, I didn't go anywhere because I was wanting to image some things. And by the time the moon was kind of visible, it was already full brightness and not that interesting to photograph. I mean, in that way of seeing it kind of coming up behind buildings. But yeah, this thing is barely there. But like I was saying, this thing is, the galaxy that's here supposedly is over 200 million light years away. So, oh no, locked yourself out of your house. That's one of my, that's definitely been a recurring fear of mine over the years is that I'd lock myself out. It actually happened to me once. Um, I I was uh, I had I had gone to work. I was going to go to work, and I went out into the garage, and I don't even know. I don't think I even had my car key. I forgot my car key and my house key and my wallet. Somehow I forgot everything. And it was one of those doorknobs that has like a lock, a latching lock. And I open the garage door and I go outside and the door closes behind me, locked. And I put my hands in my pocket and I realized I hadn't put anything in my pocket. And so, yeah, I was a bit stuck. And that was unfortunate. Although, yeah, I ended up, yeah, I don't know if I should tell that story. Ah, what the heck. I ended up breaking into my own house. I mean, I'm not going to say how, but it made me realize that, anyway, it was interesting because nobody, nobody was in a position to be able, like my wife had a key, but she wasn't, she was working and like 30 miles away. And so I was kind of stuck. Anyway, that was kind of a mess. Oh man, the screen got jammed. Yeah, yeah, like yeah, that's like with the humidity or heat or something, stuff expands. I've had that happen where the door is jammed and it's like it's almost impossible to get it open. That's rough. But yeah, that's cool. So Wiley Site did a project several years ago where he photographed the moon every night for an entire lunar cycle. I've wanted to do stuff like that, and this is where I think like the Seestar could make it really easy. Um, but especially with this automation stuff, I think that would be cool. Um, and it's actually it's kind of cool. Where was it? I saw that. Um, but yeah, it's pretty cool. How the moon kind of uh, shifts over its orbit. I was trying to see, did I actually have? I thought I had put that on a video or on a. I thought I had saved that link, and of course, whenever I think of these things, I realize that I don't think I did. Oh, where was that? Was that on? It was Wikipedia. Yes. So the cool thing about um so the because even though the moon always has uh the same side pointing towards Earth, it's not completely it's not technically always exactly the same point uh, uh same face of the moon facing Earth because the moon's orbit is not circular. It's kind of like elliptical, slightly oblong. And so there's times where, it rotates at a constant speed, which is the same as its time around around it rotates at the same time as its orbit, the amount of time it takes to orbit the Earth. But because the orbit's elliptical, there's times where it's kind of slightly ahead or slightly behind. Anyway, enough of the explanation. The net result is uh like if I can make this full size. Yeah. So this is pretty cool. This is on Wikipedia. Um I think this was someone from NASA may have done this. But notice not only does the moon kind of wobble from left to right, but you can also see that like there's things like this, like look at this label here, where they go kind of, there's times where it kind of goes almost out of visibility, or where it kind of goes past the edge of the moon, and times where it kind of um becomes more visible. So like if you took a photo continuously of the moon during its complete orbit, this is actually what it's doing. And here you can see the kind of an overview of what it looks like above, um, from above of the Earth and moon. And you can see how the orbit isn't a complete circle, but there's times where it's further out, apogee, and then perigee over here. And see, right here, that's perigee when it's closest to the Earth. And so yeah, it's interesting. Like you don't notice it because it's not like that drastic, and because it's moving across the sky, you don't see that it's actually wobbling in place. Um, yeah, it was tricky because you have to catch a month where it doesn't rise set too early, and plus you have to have clear weather days in a row. Oh, that's cool. So you made you captured it, captured that. This I think is a rendering. Um, I mean, using a texture map of the moon's surface, but it's still pretty awesome. And then seeing a, an a photographic rendition of that would be pretty cool. So, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. Um, but one of those little things, you see the moon all the time and you don't necessarily realize that it's actually kind of wobbling there like that. So let's see where we're speaking of things that are hopefully not wobbling. Let's see how our photographs are doing. Okay, so this one's up to 8 minutes, and you still can't really see anything of this. Okay, should be able to do it again. That would be cool. That would be cool. So this is still processing, and this one hasn't gotten that much data. It is, let's see where we are on this one. This one, like let me turn on the markings. So, okay, so that thing is a galaxy. You can tell this one in the center is kind of oblong, so that's a galaxy. And the thing is, like, I want to photograph these over several nights because they're so faint and fairly small. But like this, on the Seestar, I think the NGC 5566 would be big enough. I just need to get a lot more data. So, oh yeah, like yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's mountain ranges on the moon, and some of the features are named after like famous astronomers, and or people associated with astronomy over the years. I mean, particularly famous ones, the bigger ones like Tycho crater, he may have been the first one to see it, and then like Copernicus. But then you have like smaller features that might be named after other people. But yeah, there's a lot of features. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, it wasn't like we couldn't really resolve a lot of those features until telescopes. So most of it's within the last 300, 400 years. And especially, but now everything, I mean, we've sent, because it's relatively nearby. We've had orbiters, radar mapping, like all kinds of, a lot of the moon. So yeah, there's a lot of, and now, because since a lot of the information was captured by, or I mean, it was captured by like NASA satellites, it's all public domain. And now with the internet, you can download these massive data sets of like lunar textures and stuff. So you've got a quick mosaic of Markarian's chain. That's awesome. That's great. I'm going to leave this telescope thing going and go back to the computer. So one of the things, let me go back. Let me move this off screen. So Markarian's chain, which I've done some data of, captured some data of that, but it's still kind of you could see it's not visible right now for me. And so let me turn off the horizon. Okay. So it is, oops, it is, yeah, about halfway up the sky towards the west, which again, it's problematic for me. But this is cool. But yeah, basically with a mosaic, so this is the frame of the Seestar, but with a mosaic, you can kind of, I mean, Wiley Sight said he's got a 3x2 mosaic going, so you have to overlap the panels a bit, but still you could get like a bigger span of area around this a bigger frame. And like there's so many galaxies in this area that it's pretty it would be pretty cool doing that. And I've seen some neat results. I just realized I've got my sorry for the yellowing. I had the night shift feature on where kind of after a certain time it starts reducing blue light, but not tonight. Let me check some chat here. Just got a message. Oh. Oh, okay, that was from earlier. Oh yeah. Yeah, that Wiley site. So this API, actually let me see if I can pull it up. Is it even running? No. Let me start it. Actually, I'm going to shut it down. Let me hold on a sec. I'm just shutting down some stuff here. Command line, a whole bunch of stuff I had running on here that I just want to shut down. Okay. Oh, oops. Let me try this again. I wanted to kind of demo so let me expand this. So it's kind of a little not the kind of thing you necessarily not the most user-friendly thing for non-developers. So basically it's this Python script, you run it, it went and found the Seestar that's on the same network, which is the one that I'm viewing, this one that's taking a photo of the Ring Nebula. And it's that is fine, but it's kind of a little, well, let me show. Basically, there's this web interface. Basically, it's a developer tool where you kind of bring it up and you can run different commands, and all these commands come with the repo. Which if you've done any development, you probably would be able to look at it, but it's not necessarily the most approachable if you aren't. But I can go. Actually, let me go see what this says about get device state. I can rerun this, and it gives back like all this information about, it's kind of, again, not the most approachable. So um, what Wiley's site was talking about, I actually wrote this little web interface last night, or not last night, this afternoon, where it kind of makes some of these calls. And this is just kind of pulls out some statistics, like it tells what firmware version, is the heater on, no, auto power off, I have off. That tells me how much free space I have. Some other stuff like it's 63 degrees or 62 degrees Celsius, fully charged, 100% battery temperature. And again, you compare it with kind of this interface where if you want to schedule, if you want to kind of create a mosaic, it has like this screen and you can go fill in these values, but unfortunately you can't like easily get to all of them. And so I created kind of a web interface where you can say, okay, you just give it a name and give its position, which you get from, it's not point and click, but you can get kind of these numbers from Stellarium. You plug it in, say like overlap 20%, however much time, and then gain, I give an example, 80, and you hit go. And it basically makes that other call so you don't have to. So it's try to make it a little bit more user friendly, but I literally wrote it today. So I'm going to work on it some more and hopefully that'll help. And I see Wiley's site. You did schedule it. So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I need to do it. Yeah, if you do a pull request on my code, feel free. Because I wanted to add that feature. Basically, in this documentation, it says you can do decimal degrees or kind of the more traditional hours, minutes, and seconds of degree. And you look at like Stellarium, by default, it gives the right ascension and declination in those kind of units. Although what I ended up doing is, was it on this screen? No, it wasn't on this one. It was the other one. There's two different configurations. But basically you can go, where was it? Was it time, tools? It was tools, I think. Yeah, use decimal degrees and see now it shows the degrees. If you look at kind of this left side where it says 186 degrees versus 12 hours, 25 minutes and seconds. So I have it set to decimal degrees. And then I also, there was another thing, because like the formatting is kind of not necessarily the most readable sometimes. What was the setting? There was another setting in here that I had turned on that I need to make the default, because when you restart Stellarium, it'll reset those values. What was it? I'm drawing a blank here. Kinetic scrolling. It wasn't any of these, but it was. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank, unfortunately. Anyway, but yeah, I need to save the settings because I use those. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff could be easier, but Alex, but unfortunately, some of it's a little. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not always. Yeah, you're right. Wiley site, I should include the -1. Yeah, like, and yeah, decimal hours plus hours. Yeah. Yeah, and parsing the string. I was going to look to see if there was like a Python library, because all that code's written in Python. But What was it? I swear it was on this screen, but no, I'm not seeing it. I hate it when that happens. When you're like, yeah, but at least now I've got it set to decimal by default. Was it this one? Yeah, so there's some interesting settings in here where you can kind of tweak a lot of things, and I definitely want to do a video about some of this stuff because there's a lot in there. Like you can change your light pollution. You can either manually specify it or you can have it automatically figure it out. I mean, it's pretty cool. You can specify the limiting magnitude of what, so you can, since we're doing photographic stuff, I'm not as interested in that, but, and then there's all these settings you can turn on, different labels, different catalog items. I think I want to turn off this SH2 because I turned it on and now I have, there was a lot of extra stuff, but you can turn on different catalogs. Like it has the Messier, NGC, IC, but you can turn on ARP and other things. Surface brightness, limiting magnitude. Yeah, it's got a lot of stuff. You can have markings, and landscape I showed earlier, sky cultures. So you can have ancient Egyptian kind of constellations and stuff, which is pretty cool. But I'll stick to the modern ones for now, just so I don't confuse myself. So AstroPi has a sky coordinate class. Let me make a note of that so I don't forget this after the stream, which often happens. Let me see. Let's see. It is sky cord in AstroPi. Yeah, I figured I was basically trying to get it to be able to schedule something, and I hadn't gone any further than that. But okay, cool. Thank you. So yeah, it's an interesting or not interesting. It makes it a little bit more user friendly. I still want to do some more work with validation and like with being able to enter non-decimal coordinates in the sky. But especially if you either have a Mac or you just don't want to spend so much time, because some of the pieces can be a little finicky. But yeah, in the scheduler, you can it has several different things. The scheduler is stopped, so I could set up stuff, but I could say now it's in kind of 24-hour time, so at 2300, it'll wait until 2300, and then I can say, well, I don't have that implemented, do an autofocus, or I could say right here, what do you call it? Let me look at my example here. You can just enter like NGC 7000, and this name can be anything you want. It by default, the Seestar will name when you look up a target in the catalog, it'll name the objects you're photographing after that target. So even if there's other things in the frame of the field of view, if you like look up M65 and there's two other galaxies in the same frame, it'll save all the frames as M65. And then you could look up, well, M66, and it's like, well, it's in the same field of view, but it'll start saving all those frames under M66. And it turns out with the API, you can just name it whatever you want. So what I was personally doing, and based on an example I saw, is I named it after the target and then how big the mosaic is. And this is the thing where, like, I can look it up here in Stellarium. oops. I need to have an external keyboard on this computer when I'm here, because I end up because it's a Mac keyboard, and like to get to the function keys are also media keys, and so you have to use a anyway. So if I look at this, it's kind of hard to tell. Let me turn off this. Let me turn off that. It's still kind of hard to tell, but you can see the right ascension, declination, but kind of like the cooking channels, I already have it off to the side. And I can say, okay, like that. And then I have the declination. Then I can put that, and then I can say 2 and 2. And again, this is to produce a 2x2 mosaic. And then I say, okay, I want them to overlap 20%, because, when it's kind of making the frames, you want to make sure they overlap a little bit so the software can kind of patch together the edges. Like if you've ever done that with a camera and you manually like take a series of photos and try to make a panorama, you want to make sure there's some overlap so the software can figure it out. You say use J2000, and I say, okay, it's going to take an hour. And that means it'll spend, since it's 2x2, 4 frames, it'll spend 15 minutes per frame. But that includes rejections. So if half the frames are getting rejected, you only get 7 minutes per frame. Per panel. So gain, and I want to use the light pollution filter, and I hit submit, and see it's scheduled this. So if I turn on the scheduler, basically in 13 minutes, because this is in local time, not like UTC, it'll basically it'll point at NGC 7000 and start taking a series of photos, which we probably will do. I need to make sure it's high enough in the sky, but I think I'm going to actually do that with this one tonight. But yeah, so that is that. And it's kind of I don't know if there's a way to clear a schedule, but what I've been doing is basically I stop and restart. Oh yeah, you can see this was the API that was running, and it prints out stuff so it was like getting device state, and here it added the schedule item where the wait until like when it starts the schedule, and then basically this start mosaic thing, instead of having to type that into this, it kind of guides you through it and sends the exact same thing to the API, so you don't have to. That was my plan, just because I didn't want to have to mess around with it, and I figured that's what I would do. But basically, I just kind of, it's not the most graceful thing, and there might be a way to clear it, but basically I stop and restart it, and then you can see when I refresh it, like the schedule's gone, because it's like stored in the app. So the sky coordinates takes a ton of formats. That's good to know. I'll have to check that out. And so it's not just the rejections, but it's also the amount of time it takes to get to the target are part of that overall session time. And that applies to each panel. So if you have, so really you have to give a lot of time. I mean, I don't remember how much time I've seen, like some of the mosaics I saw people posting, like they must have been 6-8 panel or more, and I want to say like 10 hours or something. It was a lot of hours, so that they get at least half an hour to an hour per panel. And then you have to factor in rejections and stuff. And so even then you might end up having to do it over multiple nights. One of the other things that kind of came up with this, multiple nights of 5+ hours. Yeah. One of the things, and also some of the people, Wiley Sight and I are in Bortle 9s. They were in like some of the really spectacular ones I saw were definitely, they weren't like super dark sky, but they were like Bortle 6, which does help. Yeah. But I think if he's the one I'm thinking of, some of them have better skies than we do. So we'd have to do a lot more than that to get the same results, I think. one of the things that kind of came out of this whole little automation exercise that okay, Portal, Portal 6 and Portal 4. Yeah, that's a huge difference compared to what we're up against. Which is why, I mean, I know like Wiley site goes to darker skies on a semi-regular basis, but I need to do that. I haven't done that in a long time. So one of the things that kind of came out of that's so one of the things that I personally haven't figured out, when you're taking photos like in the Seestar app, and it's live updating this, as it's stacking stuff on the Seestar, it's showing you, the result, more and more data. But the one thing I've been trying to figure out if there's a way to do it is how to get access to this information from the API, because it didn't look like it was straightforward. That said, there is hold on, I'm trying to bring something up here. There is a possible kind of workaround here where the Seestar is on the network and you can go browse it. And so this is the Seestar so I've had issues where like the connection was a little finicky, and I think I just need to make my Wi-Fi. Oh no, it finally loaded. I think it was just a glitch. But so this is on the Seestar. I went to the MMC images, and you can see all the targets on this device. And right now we're taking a photo of M57, and so you don't see, like, the directories that don't have the sub are the stacked files. Like in this one for M64, you can see the stacked files, but all the subframes are in the subdirectory. Well, in the case of M57, I only see the subdirectory. I don't see kind of the stacked one. So it must be, it's stacking in memory or something, but the app can get access to it. So there must be a way, but I haven't figured it out through the API. Maybe it's going to get added, but it's not there yet. I know Wiley site was talking about using this directory here, and some others were talking about that, using this directory and copying, running a job periodically over the course of like an hour or two, and just kind of pulling all the subframes off, and then stacking them, because there's software that runs on the Mac or on Windows, on desktop computers that support live stacking. So basically, you just copy these files off, dump them in the directory, and have that software on your computer, not even using the Seestar software, looking at that directory and then basically live stacking it itself. So you can see here's all the subframes it's already taken of M57. It's kind of slow because I'm going to close this before I give the network heartburn. But yeah, that's one missing piece that I want to kind of figure out, because like to do these mosaics is all well and good, or some of the automated stuff, some of the other, like, even if it's not a mosaic, just looking at a single target, but not being able to, I mean, you can always run the app, even if you're automating it and it's pointing at a target and accumulating images, you can still pull up the app and view it, but it would be nice to be able to do it outside of the app. And I haven't seen any information on how to do that besides just copying the files and then stacking it off device, which unfortunately my Wi-Fi is not my Wi-Fi to the Seestar isn't strong enough to support that. But that's a future problem that I plan on resolving. Yeah. But meanwhile, this actually doesn't look, I'm surprised. I would have expected there to be a bit more gradient in this one. But so far that one looks, I mean, I guess there is a bit of gradient, but that's like half an hour. That's not too bad. Meanwhile, let's see what all these galaxies are doing. So this one's looking a little bit better, but it's still, I need so much more data. So much more data to do justice to these. I mean, some of these are pretty tiny, and like this one's so faint. It's a very low surface brightness. But let me see what let me see. Oh, and one thing I had posted something to the community board, a community post about how I was going to try live streaming to Twitch, and maybe dual streaming. So if people who are on Twitch wanted to watch it, they could watch it. But the problem, I tried before the stream, but unfortunately it didn't work. So I might try that again. I'm still going to do most of my stuff here, but I was thinking I don't want to necessarily clutter up, or I don't want to necessarily have my YouTube channel just be all live streams, which it seems like that's all it's been lately, which is fine. I mean, I enjoy doing them, but I was thinking of pushing some of the extra live streams off, and then maybe, like some people do, if there's key moments, I can always post them on YouTube. But I need to take a sip of water. So let us look at, let me go back to the computer. So this ring nebula is going well. So let me move this off screen, because this is not something we need right now. So let's look at Stellarium. So right now we have, we're looking at that one NGC. We're looking at, or the galaxies. We're looking at M57. So let's see what is actually visible now. Actually, I'm going to turn this off again. Oh no, that's what I want to. Do I have the sky? Nope, I still have. Okay. So now you can see, the problem I have. Make sure the time is right. So this is why now the blue to the south, let me turn off this. The blue Horsehead Nebula is starting to become visible. So that is, now I'm not going to do a mosaic. What I want to do the automation / mosaic of is the North American Nebula. And let me see, what do I want to pull up here? Seestar. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to bring that up. So Stellarium. Okay, cool. So we have globular clusters. We've got this showing up. There's some more stuff that's going to be showing up shortly. Like, oh, mix effect quit, of course. It's a software I use for switching things. All of my little transitions between these different screens, the phones and stuff. I use the software called Mix Effect to do that, and it just crashed. Okay, it's back. Oops. So let's see. Yeah, so there's one thing that's I know WileySight's been able to take photos of is the Lagoon Nebula and Trifid Nebula, which I didn't think I could view, but I think those aren't going to be visible until later. Yeah, much later. So, yeah, those aren't going to be visible until 1 in the morning. So I'm not going to worry about those right now. But see, you can see the problem here. So I didn't think I could even view the lagoon and Trifid Nebula, but you can see it's pretty cool. Like this is Trifid, this is lagoon, but um, but I actually can, but it's only for starting at 1 until maybe a little over an hour, maybe an hour. Yeah, basically for just about an hour before it kind of gets blocked by another building. So I may try that, but that will not be until much later. So I'm not going to worry about that. Blue Horsehead, I had bad luck with that before. It's kind of I think it's like a lower brightness target. I just want to see there's nothing overhead that I want to image. Like I was just kind of looking around at some of this, and that's how I found some of those galaxies. And actually, there's this astronomical calculator, and I was looking at H2 regions, which are kind of clouds, interstellar clouds. Bubble nebula. I don't know, how challenging would that be? That might be. See, that one's kind of a cool one. It looks like a bubble, although it's kind of small on the Seestar. I think I'll save. Although maybe I'll point the other one at that at some point. Question mark nebula. I love the names of these things. Widow's Web. Just trying to see what was here. Question mark. Okay. Swimming alligator nebula cluster. These are very, very creative names. Wizard. What? Wait. So I saw a lizard nebula and I see a star lizard cluster. Star lizard, also known as the drunken lizard cluster. Wow. Pelican nebula. Yeah, so I think North American nebula is getting close to being visible. I think maybe in a little bit. And this is the one I'm gonna try to do the automation with the mosaic mode, and I'll probably do it. How long do I want to do that? The like yesterday I did some time on the I did take some test shots of the of the North American nebula, and let me see, was that yesterday? Oh yeah, here. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can view this. There we go. So it's kind of faint, but this was a half-hour exposure. And you know, based on like some of the other videos I've posted with you know, once you process it in like Serial, you can probably get more detail out of it. But this was 35 minutes. So if I did a 2-hour if I did a 3-hour mosaic, would I be able to image it for 3 hours with my skies? So this is starting about 10 minutes from now. And so, yeah, it still wouldn't be obstructed. It's going to be massively field rotating, but yeah, it'll be basically visible most of the night. So once it's clear of this kind of roof line, I think it is, I should be able to kick that off. And we can monitor it, since I haven't figured out a way to pull like the current live stack. I'm going to monitor it through that. Well, this isn't an app. This is the photo. I'll monitor it through the app. But yeah, I think I'll kick that off soon. And I'll show you how I basically did that and kind of what it looks like on the API side. In a moment, because like this roof line is slightly wrong, so I don't want to do it right now, but like this one from yesterday, I actually started it. I started it around this time, maybe in another 10, 20 minutes. So, I'll the one that's on the computer, not my phone, one that's taking a photo of the galaxies, but the Ring Nebula, which actually, speaking of which, let's see how that's doing. Now this is going to be totally overexposed, the Ring Nebula, but is there actually anything visible yet? Wow, half an hour and you can't even see that galaxy. Now granted, that galaxy is like 200 million light years away, but still, that's kind of disappointing. But again, it goes back, I think, to the bad light pollution here. So what can you do? Let me see. Okay. Yeah, so I'll keep this one going until I'm ready to kind of start the process. Now, I do want to point it manually at even though it can point it automatically, I want to point it manually at the North American Nebula, just so I'm sure that it's clear, that there's no obstructions. Yeah. Yeah, you can see other things that I've imaged on previous nights are around here. So here's the North American Nebula that we're going to do tonight, or at least one of the things. But then this other one, it's an H2 region, and let me see if was that it? NGC. Yeah, it's I think the problem was there was also problems with that, like the seeing wasn't as good last night here. And but if you look at, like, this was what was it? I'm trying to think, was this where I was? I think this is what I was imaging, but anyway, it was oh, here. That is NGC 6910, and that's what this is labeled. So you can see that I basically looked for this NGC object because I was trying to get a photo of the wider kind of H2 region, but this was almost an hour exposure, so I need hours of data to get any kind of brightness from this area. But yeah, so that shows kind of what we're up against here. Now that said, I got better results faster with the North American Nebula, so that's why I'm doing that tonight with one of the scopes. So we can let that go, keep an eye on it once I kick it off, and then kind of go from there. I am kind of itching to start, so I think I'm going to go ahead and stop the Ring Nebula here, since this galaxy really hasn't gotten anywhere. Meanwhile, the ring is like so bright. Let me see. Yeah, unfortunately, nothing. So almost 37 minutes. So maybe eventually I'll accumulate enough to see that galaxy. So we're going to go look at the North American Nebula and see if it's visible yet. If it isn't, I'll have to wait a little bit, but I'll just keep this telescope pointed at it until it is visible. Now, before I got the horizon kind of mapped out in Stellarium, I wouldn't have necessarily tried something quite this low. But we'll see. We'll see. So it's heading out. It's heading over there. Final panel of Markarian's chain. We'll see what happens. Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be something nice. Hopefully it'll turn out. Although you have like so much other data from there, you could probably add to it. But let's see if this actually maps. If it actually identifies the area. If it does, then it still might be partially obstructed, but we'll see soon. When it does kind of like the fine tuning position, where it says like identifying and then it does a fine tuning, that it's able to see some stars, and yeah. So let's see what this looks like. Okay. We might actually be able to start. So let me try. So let us set this up. I'm going to close that out. So let's not get too aggressive with this. Let's schedule it in another 5 minutes from now. So this is my little web interface. So it's a little 2313 right now. So I'll do it at 2320 because I want to show. Because right now the scheduler is off. If the scheduler is on, like if I start the scheduler and then I try to add something, and I don't know if there's a way to do it. Actually, maybe because there wasn't anything on the schedule. Anyway, so let's go add a mosaic, or set up the mosaic. And again, like the test kitchen, I've got it off screen. Now, I had it set for 2x2. Do I want to do 2x2? Because I was going to run it for 2 hours, at least 2 hours. Because that photo I took, like this was 35 minutes, see? And it's so dark. But some of it comes across darker on this screen. In person, it has a little bit more detail, but I almost want to say I want an hour per photo. Like I want an hour per photo. So if I do, that would be 4 hours. 4 hours from now. Sure, why not? Why not? So I'll stick to a 2x2 because I think to do more than that would be perhaps overly ambitious, especially with the obstructions I have at my sky. So that, and I'm going to do 2 right ascension, and then, right ascension and declination are just like latitude and longitude, but in the sky. Um, how much did you, uh, Wiley Site, since you've been kind of messing around with that, how much did you set yours to overlap, um, on the panels? Because I was thinking of doing a 20% overlap, but I don't know if that's too aggressive or, sorry, I'm like moving my neck because it's getting stiff from like looking to the side here. Um, like I'm not sure if I want to do 20% overlap. I mean, the problem is with 20% overlap, you don't get as big of a okay, 20% it is then. um, I mean, the problem is like if everything was perfectly aligned and everything was, if the images were very bright and the software could easily, uh, actually, no, I think I'm yeah, 20% might be okay then. But basically, you know, you would want the overlap to be as little as possible to get as much, um, of an expanse. Like if it was 0%, 2 by 2 would be exactly twice as wide, twice as high. But if it was like 50%, it's only, if your overlap's 50%, it's only 1.5 times the size. Right. Um, so we're going to do 20%. Now, are the coordinates I plugged in J20? That is the question. It's just different coordinates. I did 306. Wait, I didn't even. Oh, sorry, okay. Sorry, I was pointing at this other one. I actually have it on non J2000 coordinates. I don't know if it'll really matter in this case because it's such a small difference. Yeah, I'm not doing J2000, whatever. I'm going to try. And I'm going to do total session time of, what do you call it? 7,200, not 7,200. That's 2 hours. This is in seconds. So I want to do, did I want to do 3 hours or 4 hours? I'll do 4 hours. So 4 hours, because math is hard. 14,400 seconds. And we'll do a gain of 80 because why not? And I want to use the light pollution filter. Yes, submit. Okay, so now I have this scheduled up, but the scheduler is stopped. So I need to quickly bring up, so you can see here's this is the API. And so I'm going to turn on the scheduler. So now it started the scheduler. And the only reason I have this up is because you can get to see what it's going to do. Let me bring up the, so here's the Seestar. So let's see what happens. I don't know if the preview is going to mess it up, so we're about to find out because it's supposed to kick off at 20 minutes after, which is any moment now. So we should start seeing output here once the schedule starts. And assuming the app doesn't interfere with the schedule, you'll see it starting to move. At least that's my hope. Tick tock, tick tock. This is where you play like the Jeopardy song. I'm not gonna hum it. Okay. Let us see. It should be soon. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, look, go to object, and notice it changed the name. And this name is based on the first panel. What? 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 below horizon. Are you kidding me? No, it failed. It failed. Dang it. Well, that was a spectacular fail. Let me see what I did wrong. So let me see. That was impressive levels of fail. Okay, so the mosaic. Did I do something silly? Let me take this off screen just so I can look at two things at the same time. It claims it's below the horizon. Why would it claim that? That's strange. Let me look at this. It claims it's minus 13 degrees. Let me see. So what did I mess up? See, this is the beauty of doing something the first time live. It claims maybe, why would it have claimed it's below the horizon? Anyway, let me go back to the galaxy view for a moment while I kind of ponder this for a moment. Yeah, that is weird. So this one is kind of, so we've got 40 minutes. You can start seeing like some massive gradients on this. But the galaxies, this one is finally starting to show up more. This one was barely there before, and it's a little bit better now. This one's a little bit better. So what do I want to try for this one? What did we say we were going to do for that one? Let me see. Let us see. So let's go look at this and zoom out. Zoom out and, oh, there was something over here I was going to try, I think. Which one was that? It was something over here. It wasn't the swimming alligator. Whatever. It wasn't the Wizard Nebula. What was it? It was something over here. Oh, it was the bubble. It was the bubble. What is the bubble? The bubble nebula is, oh, I wonder if that is visible. Yeah, why don't we try it? It's NGC 7635. So I'm going to stop this. And we're going to go to NGC 7635. So tomorrow is supposedly going to be clear here. So I might do another live stream. We will see. 7635 bubble. That's pretty low, but we'll see. Like I say, that horizon is not necessarily completely accurate, but I haven't looked at this view. Let's go look at this view. See, you should see one of them start moving. I think. The one on the left? Because the one on the right is the one that's, I'm trying to point at the, or that I'm pointing at the North American Nebula. There you go. You can see it moving. Yeah, actually, let me, through the magic of whatever. What screen are we on? We are on this overlay. Let me move me over here. There. So now you can see the one on the left pointed. Now it's pointing towards the horizon. It is doing fine adjustments, which usually means it can at least see some stars in the frame. It might still be obstructed partly by a tree, but we will see shortly. Because I want to get this, I want to try out this bubble nebula. I mean, I think I've taken photos of it, but I don't remember if I have or not. It's strange because it did a fine adjustment and then, but now it's like thinking about it. Or it's trying to identify, which a lot of times that's not always a good sign. Sorry, I'm just looking at that. Is this actually why? Okay, it's having a hard time. So let me stop this and look at the live view and see if that see if there's something there or if there's some kind of obstruction. Yeah, it's still pretty obstructed. Yeah, so that no bubble right now. No bubble for us. 7635. I'm going to make a note and I'm going to try that later because I want to try to capture this. So NGC 7635, and I really need to redo the redo my horizon to try to get it more dialed in where it's not where these things that supposedly are visible aren't yet, but it should be close. So we'll try something else. Going back to the computer. So the bubble didn't work, but it will work. Oh, see, look at this. It should have been clear, but I think there might be a tree there. Oh, you know what? That might be from the other telescope. The other telescope has like a 1 foot pier extension, and it's like it might be just enough where it's got a little bit more clearance than this one. So that is not working right now. So, oh look, the East Veil is about to show. It is almost there. That'll be cool. That's the one that Wiley's site was doing kind of a because if you look at the frame of view of the Seestar, like you can't get the whole East Veil in one shot. So if you do a mosaic, you can get all of it. So let's look. Oh, this was one I noticed. The Mothra cluster. For those who don't know Mothra. Mothra versus Godzilla. Yeah, it was one of the things that fought one of the nemesis of Godzilla. But yeah, this is the Mothra cluster. So I guess somehow that is a okay. Dumbbell is like we got some of the dumbbell previously. Now, is there anything else in the frame that might be of interest now? Poodle cluster? Yeah. Let's see. Hole in a cluster. There are some unusual names. What's that one? That is the Blue Racquetball Nebula. Okay. Although I don't think that one is like I think that's a fairly small one. Like, look at how small that is. That's too small. Like in the Seestar's frame of reference, field of view, that's too small. So we're not going to do that one. We're not going to do the Blue Racquetball. And let's see. What else do we have? Again, with the globular clusters, it'll be nice in like a few weeks. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. That blue racquetball is very small. Like I thought I was like, oh, that's cool. I should check it out, but I was like, no, too small. It'll be nice in a few weeks when some of the when some of the globular clusters have kind of rotated, and I'll have be able to get more of the Milky Way stuff in the Milky Way, some nebulas and stuff. But for now, trying to just find something of interest that we can do with this one. Although I have a feeling that bubble nebula will soon be visible. But I'll just have to give it more time. Let's look over here. Blue Horsehead. Blue Horsehead. Crab Globular, Antares. Yeah, the problem is some of these are, when I've tried to image some of them before, they're very low surface brightness, and for my skies, it's just a struggle to, especially with the moon up like it is now, it's a struggle to get anything reasonable. Yeah, thanks for joining, Tom. Have a good evening. Have got to get up early sometimes. Yeah, I know. Anyway, thanks for joining, Tom. I am Blue Racquetball. That is a disappointment. Actually, let me see what's behind there. Oh, the Tweedledum. That was a couple weeks ago, I think I did that. It's just an open star cluster. These are just kind of disappointing. What's this region here? I mean, I could always go for the crescent, but I feel like I'm trying to avoid doing the same targets every time. What is this galaxy here? 9th magnitude. Yeah, I tried imaging this, and I think it's also a low surface brightness galaxy, and so it was kind of a struggle to get anything. It sounded interesting because it's like the fireworks galaxy, so you're thinking, oh, that must be cool. Yeah, so hi Liam. That's what we're trying to work on right now. I'm trying to avoid globular clusters tonight, and I kind of set up Stellarium now, where I can more accurately see how bad my skies are. So it's less of a guessing game. I'm still dealing with the obstructed sky, but at this exact moment, the other thing I've been trying to, that I attempted, but it didn't work, was the Seestar automation. I was trying to do a mosaic of the North American Nebula, and I got the numbers, the right ascension and declination wrong. So I need to look at that. But in the meantime, I'm I have one that I'm going to do automated, and then the other Seestar I'm just doing manually, and so I'm trying to find something for the manual one. So that is Ring Nebula. I was just doing that. I wonder if there's anything interesting in here that I could start going until at least the for maybe half an hour. Like this one was so dim. I might just do the crescent. I mean, it shows stuff pretty quickly, but it still needs. I still need a lot more information from that one. So let me switch to the phone, and you can see it's still kind of obstructed. So let us go. Actually, let me see what it suggests. Eagle, nope, can't do that. Can't do Trifid right now. Can't do Whirlpool Galaxy right now. Yeah. M17 Pro. Oh no, I definitely can't do that one yet. So it will be one of my standbys for this time of year is going to be the Crescent. As you can see, I already had that, so we'll go to Crescent, get that going. So now that that is tracking, I'm going to look at what I did wrong with the right ascension and declination. Let me, because I want to get that, I want to kick off that North American Nebula. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Hold on, I think I know what I did. Okay, so let's bring this up and see what this is going for, or what this is starting. And let's just hit go. So now it's starting off on the Crescent Nebula, NGC 6888. Let me see. So where did I go in? That's a good question. Was it? I think it was on this one. Let me. Sorry, trying to. I think it's on this one, Sky and View options. And was it that? No, dang it. Again, no, it's the other one. The configuration options, tools, use decimal degrees right there. That's how you, let me help if I had it on the computer screen. So you bring up this setting, tools, and it's use decimal degrees. Yeah, that's Wiley site. That's how you do it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that I don't know if they did it manually. I should check that out. I don't think I've looked at. Maybe I have looked at the Seestar subreddit, but I should check that out. But yeah, let me Yep. You're welcome. There was another setting. Again, it's frustrating me because I know I had this other setting on that I found kind of handy. So let me go bubble just so I have a target. And it was, what was it? It had to do with alignment of the labels. It wasn't. Oh. No. There are some interesting options in Stellarium. There's so much. It's definitely, I mean, it's the program's been around for a long time, and so I feel like it just keeps growing and growing. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it was. Under extras, another one that I thought was kind of nice was use formatting output for coordinates and time. See, it adds more white space here. That's the option I was looking for earlier. It's under configuration extras, use formatting output. I don't know. I just like the output to be a little cleaner. So I need to save those settings so it stays that way. Unfortunately, I don't think links in the chat work. And I think was I able to, I don't know. I can't remember if I can even turn that off. I don't want to cause issues. But yeah, let me look to see if I can add allow the links. The Seestar Facebook group is interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's I think I've seen some of that. Like, yeah, there's always can't please everybody, I guess. Let me see if I can I edit this? Live chat, live reactions, redirect. See, I don't know if I can turn that setting on or if there is even a setting. Because I've looked at that before as far as links. Like I can post a link in the chat, but okay. Yeah, so you don't have to scroll. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I'll thanks. I'll take a look at that. Actually maybe I'll look at it right now. Like Seestar subreddit. Our Seestar. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna people, I mean they boosted the contrast, but it's neat because you can definitely see the texture of the sun, of the photosphere. Oh, here's the mosaic. That's cool. Like, because if we look at Stellarium and see the North American Nebula, like you can only get this area in a single picture, but they got like the whole, I mean, they got all of this and then into there. So they got like this huge area, which again, it was a 5x10. So 50 individual stacks of images. So however many hours that took. And here's the kind of raw data where you can see the frames are kind of rotating. And then you kind of crop it and you end up with something like that, which is really, really awesome. That's cool. Thank you for bringing that up because that's really cool. Okay, they have their whole process in the comments, so I'll have to check that out. Maybe I'll check it out after I figure out my problems. Because let me see. Let me see what I'm doing here. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? I plugged in the correct right ascension and declination, but I think, oh, so Wiley site, you said -1 and -1 just uses the current location in the schedule. Let me go look. Let me go bring up the scheduler again. Okay, so here's the scheduler. I'm gonna restart the API to clear out the schedule. I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, but I literally have not used it that much. Okay, no schedule. So let us start a schedule, and we'll do it in 10 minutes just to give ourselves some time. Okay. Okay. Let me see what let's see what this does for us. So first, before I start this, let me bring up the Seestar app and confirm that we have the North American Nebula. And we do. Now, do I just want to do a 2x2? Because if I overlap 20%, how'd I reset the schedule? I killed the API and started it up again. Not the app, but the API. And then I refreshed, and I guess it's in memory, and the schedule goes away. Yep. Hi, Paulette. Doing another live stream tonight. So yeah, it's all dependent on clear skies. Definitely. Although technically it was clear yesterday, but I was trying to test out some of this stuff, or at least test out a few things last night. As if I'm not testing out some things right now. But so if it's 20%, like, do I want to do? No, I got to do a 2x2, because if I do anything more than 2x2, it'll. Or do I? Let me see. So it goes by right ascension and declination. What did it just do there? Oh, it's because I'm not in Stellarium. Let me look at Stellarium. So let's zoom out and switch from the grid that I had on the screen was the alt azimuth grid, and this is the equatorial grid. So if I go, do I want to do 2 targets? Part of me wonders if I should do like a 1x3 or 3, a 1x3 grid. Yeah, we'll do a 2x2. We'll start off with 2x2. And I'm going to have to do more over subsequent nights anyway. So we will wait until I'll do it at 23:59 just because. So submit. So now I have the schedule, and then I go mosaic, and first I want to double check that I am pointed. I'm going to tell it to go to North American Nebula again. So we make sure that it's pointing at the right target. And then I'm going to go point at, the last time I tried this, it completely failed. Of course. Always happens during the live demos, right? And so the right ascension is, I'm just going to do -1, which apparently will just use the current position, 20% panel overlap. Total session time, I'm going to do 14,400, so 4 hours. And then gain of 80, and definitely have to use the light pollution filter. So now this is scheduled. This should be set. So that's good. So we have, this is in place. This, I've scheduled it. It will wait 8 more minutes, and then it'll start the mosaic. Interesting. 21. Ah, I see what I did wrong. Okay. Interesting. I need to think about that. Anyway, so this is the coordinates, 2 by 2, 20% overlap, not using J2000, total exposure 14,400. That includes each that's divided, each panel counts against that, and the amount of time spent tracking to each panel, and all the rejects count. So it's total elapsed time on that panel. Now, if it's 50% reject rate, it won't get that much data, but if all goes well, this gives it a full hour per panel. 80 gain, and use the light pollution filter. Now the scheduler is off, so I'm going to turn it on, and it's running. So this is the part that where it will show it running once it starts. So let me bring up the app, and while we're waiting the 6 minutes for the for this to kick off, let me go to the, actually before I do that, let me kind of highlight a few other things from this that's kind of cool. So one of the things the way the schedules work, it has, these are the actions it has currently. You wait until a certain time, you wait for, or you delay for a certain amount of time. So if you want to photograph a number of targets, you can have it pause like a minute between targets if there's some reason you need to do it to do something with the telescope. Autofocus I don't have enabled, but it is available on the back end, and mosaic, which is what I just defined, and then shutdown also isn't defined at the moment, but basically you can tell it after it runs through the schedule to shut down. And you can have multiple mosaics scheduled through here. So I could have, if you go into Stellarium and then figure out, oh, okay, I'm going to run this for a while, and then I want to take some photos of the Eagle Nebula, do a mosaic of the Eagle Nebula, or like the Trifid Nebula, Lagoon Nebula. You can set that up, and then it'll kind of go through all the targets over the course of the night, and then with the API you can do a shutdown, and I'll add that to the interface. It'll shut down things at the end, so you can kind of plan out your whole evening of observing if you know it's going to be clear all night, and it'll just kind of go from target to target, and then in the morning everything will be done, which is awesome because you can't do that with the Seestar app out of the box. So being able to do this through this third-party software is fantastic. So the schedule, and I can also look at, I have 25 gig, and yeah, it's 65 degrees in the telescope. The battery temperature, it's interesting because it won't charge if the battery temperature is too high. So that's probably why it has lithium batteries tend to have temperature kind of sensors on them anyway. But it's plugged in to a battery bank, which is why it's 100%. And yeah, so this is the schedule. The scheduler is running, and so we'll see the output here once it starts. But let me quickly check in on the Crescent Nebula, and it's actually it's doing pretty good today. Like the skies aren't as bad as they have been some nights, so that's actually pretty reasonable for 12 minutes. So that's good. So yeah, let me see. We're at, I have it go off. The schedule is supposed to start in a couple minutes. Yeah, so one of the things like that I think is really neat, and there's other astronomy software that can do that, but like it hadn't been possible to do this with a Seestar. You can let me bring up the app. You can I mean, the fact that you can specify a wait until, like I've set the wait until just a little bit after right now, but you could set any time, so you could set this up in the afternoon, the sun's still up, and you could conceivably set it up where it waits until like an hour after sunset to start doing its imaging session, which is fantastic. Yeah, that's not ideal that it autofocuses every time. I mean, especially, at least the problem I have is sometimes the autofocus kind of fails because there aren't enough bright stars in the frame for it to really accurately autofocus. And if you're the kind of person who like manually dials in the autofocus, that would be kind of annoying. So right now it's just kind of the app is kind of looking at that particular Seestar, and then here's the scheduler. So like a few earlier this hour where I tried it before and I got the coordinates wrong, and so it ended up failing. It should succeed this time. Yeah, it's got to be in his code, because I don't think the Seestar does that by default. Like, you go to a target and you start imaging, it doesn't autofocus. Like, you can do it any time, but it doesn't. Yeah, I don't, unless there's some function in there that is part of that the API is using that triggers that. Oh, okay. So you can see we're going to target. So the scheduler kicked off right on time. And see, it said plate solve succeeded, which is good. That meant it recognized where it's pointing. Okay. Okay. Focusing. Now, one thing they did add is if the autofocus fails, at least in the app, it goes back to the original autofocus value. So we'll see. It was, I think it was 1517. And it should end up back at that value or very close to it. Okay, autofocus complete. Okay, it was close to it. It's off by 10, which is fine. Okay, let's see if this succeeds. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. So that really, see, that really can add to the time if it ends up spending like a minute or two. Oh, that's a drag. If autofocus fails on the panel, it skips the panel. That's, well, at least it succeeded. I mean, the North American Nebula is in the Milky Way, so hopefully there's, I mean, it's like, hopefully there's enough stars there that it would be able to. Okay. It did the first, its second, and now it's going on to the third calibration point. It's actually kind of interesting that, like, you see the app and it's telling, it's saying what's going on internally, which is kind of handy, kind of neat. And so that name I gave it when I set up the schedule was NGC 7000 2x2 because it's a 2x2 mosaic, and so it will save the images uh, like the target instead of saying like M95 and M95 sub, it'll have this NGC 2x2 11, and the 11 is the which of the panels. So it's like a 2x2, so it'll have 11, 12, 21, and 22 will be the numbers it'll have, depending on whether it's the first or second for right ascension or declination. So it's got 10 seconds, so that's off to a good start. I won't get my hopes up though. But it is kind of starting to get data, so that is encouraging. I mean, it was able to horizontally calibrate, which that telescope had not horizontally calibrated, even though it's looked at a couple of targets, but the other one, the other Seestar did horizontally calibrate correctly. Yeah, that would be really annoying that it rejects a panel that that it can autofocus on, even though the focus hasn't shifted that much. Yeah. So the sequence is 11, 21, 12, and then 22. So it goes, I guess, right ascension. Actually, I wonder. Oh, so the kind of what it thought the center of is over here or over here, and so it went up. So it maybe it'll do this order, or is it'll do anyway? We'll see. But it'll be working on this panel for another hour. So until the next panel should kick off in 56 minutes. So we'll leave that going. Okay. So right to left, bottom to top. Okay. So yeah. So that is that. That is the start of that. What else now? Let's start with, oh, let's go check on the crescent. And I'm going to switch to the multi-view, because why not? So we can take it all in. So let's see. I want to minimize this for now. I want to hide stellarium so it's kind of less cluttered on the screen. So got the North American going. I hope it goes from top to bottom, because if it's going from bottom to top, then it's, yeah, unless I'm turned around. But yeah, right to left makes sense based on where this one is, because like the center or where I had it was kind of like down here, and so it went to the I hope, the upper right, and then it'll go to the left and like basically kind of get this area. It would be nice to have gotten this area, but I mean, this is going to run for 4 hours as it is, and like I'd have to do this from a better location, or just keep doing this over and over again. Actually, though, so what I want to do is I want to get the other Seestar. This is kind of the proof of concept. Once I get the other Seestar on the network, um, on the same network, I can control it, both of them with that software, and schedule different things on each one, and maybe have them working on different parts of the mosaic. So then I can get the data more quickly. So that would be cool. Then I could do like, I could do, instead of a 4 panel, a 2x2 mosaic in 4 hours, I wouldn't necessarily do a 4x2 panel, but I could do a 2x3 in 6 hours, or a 3x3 in 4.5 hours. So just a little bit more than today, I could do a full 9 panel mosaic, which would be cool. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Liam. I've seen that that's been a recurring request, and I've seen them acknowledge, ZWO acknowledge that that's been a recurring request. Um, but the fact, yeah, like I, yeah, even once they implement it, I mean, it'll be cool. I'm sure it'll be helpful, and uh, it'll make it a lot easier for people to do mosaics. But like being able to run two different Seestars, which again, that's probably more of a niche thing, but it'll be nice. But I've seen even in some more recent, I think on, like, there's an official forum somewhere, I think, and I was looking at it, and there had been some release. It was some release maybe a few weeks back, and it had some nice. It was one of the ones that had a lot, several new features, and some people chimed in. And what about mosaic mode? And they're like, yeah, yeah. And it's so I know it's like on their list. So ZWO has the code. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, because that's true. Um, the Seestar is just a modified version of the ASI Air, uh, and the ASI Air can do mosaics. Yeah, it's really cool. Actually, what's funny is the ASI Air, as far as I know, is running a Raspberry Pi, which is, if I mean, as I kind of disappear over here, um, I know I've mentioned it many times, but like one of these single board computers, this is a Raspberry Pi. It's like a little ARM chip. Um, this one has a few gig. I don't remember. I think this one has 8 gig of memory on it, which they came in multiple models, 2, 4, and 8. Actually, a 1 gig as well. But it's got Ethernet, gigabit Ethernet, some USB ports, micro HDMI, micro HDMI, so you can have two monitors plugged into it, a keyboard, a mouse. You can browse the web and use it like a desktop. But it's also handy for these things, these embedded things like the ASI Air, and so yeah, people have. I mean, it's basically the same thing, and you can even see that when you look at the API. I thought it was kind of funny when you go look at what was it, get device state. Let me when you have when you look at the device state, I mean, you don't have to focus on the format of it, but look at this. It's like ASI Air Imager is the device name. And then like some of the stuff that comes out of it is like the Pi status, like the Raspberry Pi status. Um, yeah, so it's basically, yeah, it's an ASI Air internally. And the ASI Air, as Wiley Site mentions, has mosaic mode. So theoretically, it's something they could add. Or I mean, not theoretically, it is something they very much could add. But they just haven't as of yet. But Seestar enthusiasts have gone ahead and added it. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So they're. I mean, it's no doubt. I mean, it's built on like Linux and a Raspberry Pi, but yeah, like all this front end code, like this web application and stuff. That's all like, yeah, proprietary stuff that they've written. Um, yeah, it's so yeah, it's not it is not it's not all open. So yeah, but theoretically, I mean, and maybe that's part of the maybe they think for kind of the majority of the target market that mosaics aren't as big of a priority. Maybe that's why, or maybe they're trying to, I don't know, build a front end that's like within the app that kind of is more straightforward to use. I don't know. And then, or maybe it's because the alt azimuth mount does some weird things with, field rotation, like in this, sorry, when you go look at that Reddit post of I mean, the final result is awesome, but he had to crop out, or they had to crop out a lot. And if you look at the raw one, you can see how like irregular this is around the edge, and that maybe they think that would be confusing to people, and so they have to try to figure out how to do it. Oh, I realized it's partly off screen, but like this. See how irregular this is? Maybe they think that like they would want to hide that detail or something, and I don't know. Don't know. But the underlying device supports it, so, or the ASI supports it, so they have code in the company on another product that supports mosaics. So it's probably just a matter of time, but then again, it's people have been saying that for months. That's cheating. Just put it all in Photoshop and have it do content aware fill. Well, it's funny because like you do the content aware fill, and it just kind of makes it doesn't it it does it fills in things based on how it thinks it should kind of look, but it's not going to be accurate. But then again, like some of the denoising software just kind of makes up stuff. Like it ends up, creating stars that aren't actually there when in the process of removing noise, because it's like, oh, there's stars, so I'll just add a few. It's like, oops. But yeah, that's always fun. But yeah, like, so this is going, and this will be going for a while. Now, oh, that's what I was going to do. So I started on the crescent here just to get more data, but the ultimate target I was trying to get was the Bubble Nebula. The Bubble Nebula. So I might do another live stream tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to be doing it. I mean, even if I have both of the Seestars running on the same network, I don't know if that buys me anything, because basically I want to do a much bigger mosaic of the North American Nebula and use both of the Seestars. But if I do that, I'm kind of locked in for hours. So I'm not sure if I would do that on a live stream. Basically subject. But maybe, who knows? Maybe if I have some other things to do, like that could actually be interesting. I know I'm kind of like, I started a thought, but I was thinking, well, if I did that kind of alternative live stacking where I'm pulling images off of the Seestar and kind of live stacking them on the laptop, I don't know that I would do the live stream for the whole 4 hours of that, but that might be worth covering once I kind of get that sorted out. Yeah. Kind of like how, like, last time I did a live stream, or one of the last ones I actually did some like serial work in there because, while you're waiting. But the other target I wanted was the Bubble Nebula. So let me look at where that would be in the sky, and let me switch that off, and let me switch to the computer view and look up Bubble Nebula. Okay. So let us, although that could be, if I could I get both? Oh, it would be tight. Part of me wants to try to get some of this salt and pepper cluster, but at least let's try. Let's see if I think the Bubble Nebula should now be visible. So let me switch to my phone. We're going to stop the crescent. Almost had a half hour on that, so that's good. See, what I need to do is, if I had 2 Seestars going, I should have a third telescope that I could then be pointing at different things over the night. That wouldn't be at all overkill, would it? Having 3 telescopes at once. Okay. And let's go here and here and here and go for the bubble. All right. So now that is going to track, and I'm going to try manually reframing it, or I'll look in the atlas once it's locked in to see if I want to try to get that open cluster. But I'm going to take a sip of water here. So it's working on locking in. So is anybody else out there imaging tonight besides Wiley Sight? And Wiley Sight, how's your stuff going tonight? Okay, so this, let me see. Can I actually see? I mean, the whole point is to get the bubble in the frame. And I think if I frame it like this, see the bubble is right there. Oh, it only lets me, it's right near the middle right there. So I can keep it in the frame and still get that star cluster M52 on the left side. So I think I'm going to do that. Trying to get it. I mean, the whole point is the bubble, but I'll go ahead and try that. So I'm going to realign that and kick that off. Whoop. I accidentally touched it while I was trying to go to mode. So yeah, that should, once that is locked in, I'm going to go ahead and start that. And if all goes well, I'll get M57. Oh yeah, it might be Tuesday. It's clear tonight, but not feeling setting up everything for a little. Yeah, after double shift, yeah, that would be rough. I mean, if it, I mean, the positive too about not doing it tonight, besides that, is, I mean, the moon's basically full. So in a couple of nights, in 3 nights, it'll be kind of more out of the way, especially in the beginning of the evening. So at least there's that, you know. So let's see how this is going. Okay, you can start seeing kind of the cluster here. So there's the cluster. Oh, and I guess, is the bubble in there? Bubble's somewhere in this nebulosity, I think. Somewhere in there. Let me look on let me look at off screen and Stellarium and see. Oops. Let me see. Okay. So I think I'm just comparing stars. I think this star right here, yeah, I think this is like that bright star, I think, is in the bubble. So I think that's the area where we'll start seeing it. And there's nebulosity around there, so we'll see how much shows up. And of course, the star cluster is starting to show up, so that's good. We'll keep that going for a bit. And then we'll go back to see how the North American Nebula is going. Okay, and here we go. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you can start seeing like there's some nebulosity there. Yeah, the bubble nebula in Stellarium is pretty awesome. Like, that's, I mean, this is a pretty zoomed in view, but yeah, it's pretty awesome. But yeah, yeah. So it's I guess you're gonna head off. Yeah, it's getting late. But I'm gonna truck on. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I might do a live stream tomorrow evening, possibly Monday evening. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that. If it looks like it's going to be clear earlier in the evening, I'll try to schedule it ahead of time. Like today, I actually scheduled it hours ahead of time, because I was pretty sure it was going to be clear, and then it got like some clouds rolled through, and I was like, oh no, but then it cleared up. So that was good. But yeah, so this is, oh, I didn't even have it on screen. But yeah, like the bubble nebula on is pretty awesome. But again, it's kind of small, but I mean, it'll be cool. But yeah, so going back to the North American nebula, I mean, you can kind of see like there's starting to be some, nebulosity and some of this. Yep, yep. Clear skies to you too. Yeah. But yeah, it's starting to show up. It's starting to show up. But it's been going for 18 minutes, so actually, yeah, yeah. That's fine. Don't always I'm don't always have to. I appreciate that you joined and were watching. Um, so the what do you call it? So it's 18 minutes of data, and it's been running for a total of 27 minutes, which is not terrible. It's not it's less than a uh it's not like it's a 50% reject rate, which I sometimes have gotten. So hopefully it'll keep going with that. But going back and looking at this, um it's kind of, yeah, so you kind of have this dark kind of uh dark nebula there. Um and so you can kind of see, yeah, there it is actually, yeah. So and here's the rest of the nebulosity. So maybe if it can get another half hour of data here, um, or double the data, it won't be like, you know, it'll be much better. And then maybe with some processing in serial, it'll be just that much more visible. And this is just panel one, so we'll see how that goes. I'm going to check in on here. This is looking like a open star cluster. And you can actually start seeing the bubble. I mean, it's faint, but it's definitely there. Nice. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure how what do you call it? How prominent the bubble would be. But I guess it's not too bad. So that's good. So I've got two going on. What else was I? Let me see. There was some other stuff. I can switch to the. I'm going to switch to the computer view, and I'm going to hide Stellarium for now. But I was looking at. Hold on. I was looking at. Sorry, it is starting to get late, and I'm still good, but my thought processes start slowing down sometimes. I was looking at the all sky camera. So you found in the code where he does the autofocus on mosaic. Huh. I'm not I didn't take off my glasses for dramatic effect, but I wonder, since I have a branch, maybe I'll make it, well, unless you do it, Wiley site, I might make it conditional, where at least, yeah, that would make sense. Like have it as a Boolean, on the payload when creating the mosaic, like if you don't want to autofocus on each panel, because I don't necessarily want to do that, especially, like, yeah, I have these autofocus failures, and so it ends up spending time, and the fact that it ends up rejecting the whole panel is kind of a drag. But yeah, you can see the two Seestars going. Yeah, I think a parameter would be better, especially for people who, or targets where because I'll have this problem with some targets, where if I have the light pollution filter on, I won't be able to get a good autofocus, um, or it'll fail, kind of period. I mean, it won't consistently work, and or if it's an area, if there's a lot of light pollution, not light pollution, but like if the moon's up, I've had issues with autofocus where it's struggling, um, and so yeah, I think I'd rather be able to switch that off. Um, Maybe that's a tomorrow task. Um, but yeah, so you can see a few stars in the all sky camera. So it's not completely terrible, but the moon is up 25 degrees above the horizon. So um, yeah, so the sky is pretty bright, and you can see the thermal view just because why not? Um, yeah. So what else? Oh, yeah, I'll get to that in a moment. There was something else I was gonna mention, and what else? Okay, so we've got. I'm gonna close down this. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. What else? Okay, so this is. I'll go ahead and bring up the multi-view just so we can view everything. Yeah, there was something I was going to bring up. It was okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me see. So we have I'm just kind of looking at out another window here. Let's see. Actually, let me just see if anybody's okay. So I'm looking at there was an article that oh yeah, I thought this was kind of cool. I mean it's astronomy related. It was this article about James Webb Telescope, that basically they found that, well, it's kind of hard to tell, but basically they found that it had been hypothesized that when several stars in the same cluster kind of collapsed, that there might be some overall rotation and the stars might have synchronized rotation, and it would be hard to maybe measure that directly, but I guess this they basically, I guess, as the stars were kind of starting and in this nebula, they kind of they have a disk of material around them, and then they kind of like stuff kind of jets come out, like maybe out the polar axis as it's kind of clearing out material. And anyway, they saw several stars that actually had their jets going the same direction, so that meant that they were all rotating on the same axis in this nebula. So that kind of confirmed the suspicion, at least in this case, that the stars are synchronized from the same nebula, which I thought was kind of, I wasn't, I guess I wasn't aware that they even thought that they might get synchronized, but they are. So that was kind of cool. Yeah. As let me bring that back up on screen. It was like um, they've long assumed that as clouds collapse to form stars, the stars will tend to spin in the same direction. However, this has not been seen so directly before. These aligned, elongated structures are a historical record of the fundamental way that stars are born. But yeah, I was like, so this nebula it's the Serpens Nebula. Um, let me see where that might be. Uh, Serpens Nebula. Serpens Nebula? For some reason, did I misspell it? No. Serpens Nebula? I mean, when Stellarium doesn't look it up. Oh, it's just called Nebula? Oh. Wait. Did they? Well, this is the problem. Sometimes these articles make mistakes about details. Wait a second. Let's see. Nebula, James Webb. It's a Serpens Nebula. But these articles, what are they talking about? It's a Serpens Nebula. And I guess part of the thing is the problem with some of these nebulas is like dust and dust clouds get in the way, and so you can't see them visually. But James Webb can image in infrared, and so I guess that's why they were able to see into this nebula better, because of the infrared. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. So who knew? But I guess it had been hypothesized, so they were able to get some confirmation from James Webb, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Just trying to... Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this... information about this specific nebula. Serpens North. Serpens Cloud? Is that what it is? Because some of these things go by different names, so it's kind of weird. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know where I was trying to look up where that specific cluster is, just to see what we can actually see, or where it generally is, but I'm having a hard time finding that. Yeah, so you have an idea of how to add a parameter. Yeah, when you're yeah, when it's nothing good happens after midnight with code, with programming. Or or at least if it does, you should not ship it after midnight until the next morning when you've had a chance to look at it. Let's see, Stellarium. It's this thing about this nebula is kind of bugging me because I'm trying to figure out what this object is specifically. It says Serpens, further studies, view all articles. They have a link to the scientific paper, PDF. Serpens main. Like I basically am looking at this. Oops. Looking at this this PDF of the paper. Anyway, let me, because it's bugging me. They call it Serpens Nebula, but they don't. I'm trying to see what that corresponds to. Yeah, let's see. Anyway, I'll look at that some other day, some other time. Again, similarly, maybe once my my brain's a little bit less less scattered, discombobulated. Yeah. So let's see. But that was kind of cool. Oh, one thing I didn't show. Well, no, I'll show it at some other time. But yeah. Yeah. So the rough idea, add a parameter, is use autofocus. Yeah. I mean, I think that's reasonable. Because I mean, looking at the API, the API has where is my scheduler? I mean, there is an autofocus method. I mean, I haven't implemented, but the API has it. So, yeah. So I don't see like if you want to force an autofocus, like you can, but it would be nice to be able to turn it off. Especially if you end up with like problematic autofocuses. Yeah. So hopefully mine won't fail on subsequent ones. It's been going 31 minutes, and that's with 45 elapsed minutes. It's gotten 31, almost 32 minutes of data. So that's encouraging. But it's only going to run for about 15 more minutes. So I was shooting for an hour, and I'll get 40 plus minutes, low 40s worth of data on the first panel. And then it's going to move on to the next one. And I think for that one, I'm going to actually put it on the kind of the sky atlas view. So I want to see it moving when it's tracking to the next panel. So let's go back to that. And then I will also bring up the API when it's time. So just under 15 minutes. Meanwhile, we've got the open cluster over here. That's looking nice. Did I just buffer? I'm wondering if I just buffered. Did it just buffer? Because my network status showed that something glitched. Just wondering if that was visible to anybody, because it showed up on my side. All right, so yeah, so it's going along, but yeah, you can see the bubble, but it's not. You can't see the whole bubble yet, so we'll keep this going for a while. Yeah. Delayed reaction. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and of course after the fact. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it said so it has all these warnings. YouTube has all these warnings, and a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't kind of mean anything. Um, but it'll complain that the bandwidth's too low, and it's because it's a variable bitrate stream, and there's like not a lot of motion because it's mostly like screens. Um, yeah, okay, a little bit, but going back through the warnings, it does mention. It does mention. Let me go to the phone. It does mention that. What do you call it? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to move something between monitors, but it's failing. Anyway. But yeah, anyway, so like it actually mentioned 3 minutes ago that there was no data, and then it said the stream was healthy, but then it said like audio track went to 0, which is weird. That's so weird. But yeah. All right. So, yes, the audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower. Yeah, and I had like this health thing up, stream health thing, and it went to it was like saying that it was having issues. So, oh well, it seems to be fine now, so that's good. Let me go back to the multi-view. So yeah, it's what do you call it? But yeah, it'll be interesting to see the next panel, which is now less than 10 minutes away, and I need to make sure that I have the kind of the API shell log going, because I want to see it switching to the next panel, and I'll also make sure to have this this kind of in the Sky Atlas view, so we can see it kind of moving automatically. Again, without any involvement other than just setting up the initial one. I'm pretty excited, maybe is overstating it, I guess. Maybe excited, yeah, to be able to like run both of the Seestars some evenings, especially once the moon's kind of out of the way. If we have another one of these clear nights, I think that would be pretty awesome, especially now that I have a better handle on when things are visible in the sky. I think that would be great, where I can just kind of kick off things and let them run all night. The only thing I have to make sure is that when we have sprinklers in our backyard, I have to make sure that when the sprinklers go off, that I have all the gear in a place where they don't get wet. because there's been a couple times where the battery almost got wet, which wouldn't be ideal. Which is another reason why I didn't put the Seestars on these tall. I mean, they're not they look taller than they are, but they're like the Seestar on the right there is um almost at eye level, not quite. Uh, so the positive thing about them being that high is at least uh, they won't the telescopes won't get wet. Uh, but sometimes we have these little weird pop-up showers, so I'd have to be really confident that nothing like that would happen overnight, because that would not be ideal, to say the least. Get your telescope rained on. I barely drank this water. That's why that's why it's so dry. But yeah, we're getting there. Like just over 7 minutes. Yeah, less than 7 minutes to the next panel. The saga continues. This is cool. You can definitely see the bubble, but I have a feeling I'm probably going to need at least an hour of data there to get even some of the bubble. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do a whole hour. Oops, I forget. I end up out of force of habit locking the screen on the phone, and that ends up killing the video out. So yeah, I want to. I'm going to check Stellarium after the one Seestar switches to the next panel of the mosaic, because I want to see what other things I might want to image now besides the bubble nebula. So that is going along. So I'm gonna switch to the computer view just so I don't accidentally miss it. Because that would be par for the course. I get distracted on a tangent and then I miss. Okay, so let's go to this, and I need to bring up the this thing, and so you can see it's just running, and we wait. I'm gonna move this over to this side. I'm gonna rotate more because I've been rotating my neck, and that's not good to do for long periods of time. So yeah, we're just under 40 minutes of data, so we'll have just over 40 minutes, which, yeah, I mean, I'm glad I did at least an hour, because otherwise that wouldn't have been enough data. Yeah, that definitely wouldn't have been enough otherwise. You can start seeing detail in there. I think if I did 2 or 3 nights like this, and thanks to the automation, I can just kind of fire it off, and if Wiley Sight or I get to turning off that autofocus, then I could run this several nights and get brighter panels, more detail. I'd probably have to do at least, yeah. I mean, looking at this here, I think 3 times as much would start getting better, and then processing it externally probably even better. But yeah, you're at that point, you're looking at 12 hours of not imaging time, but total scheduled time. which if I got both of the Seestars going at once, um, and maybe if I have another clear night either tomorrow night or the following night, um, maybe I'll go ahead and set it up, have a brief live stream at the beginning, and then kind of go to bed and then let it run and run both of them, collecting maybe the same panels and then kind of processing it all together. And yeah, I think that would work. Although I say it definitely is starting to get detailed down here. You can definitely see detail down here. But we're down to 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the next panel. Oh, so I should switch to this view so we can see it move. Oh, and before I forget, remember this one is 1-1, so we will see where it goes next. The monitor I have off screen is a 24-inch, so I have to kind of look closely sometimes. Yeah. So bets on, I shouldn't say bets. Do you think it'll go to the left or down first? We'll see. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to guess which direction it's going to go. The same mosaic parameters, multiple nights. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. I would do other subsequent nights will probably do a 2x2 just to keep it the same. Okay. A watched clock. It's taking a while. But it's okay. Let's see. Let us see. Okay, we're less than a minute. Less than a minute. So, I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, that conceptually. I mean, I know people have other more expensive rigs where they do this, but being able to do this on a Seestar is very satisfying to me. um, it was for me because I have a development environment set up. It was very straightforward to set up, and I'm kind of annoyed I didn't try it earlier, but oh well. Any minute now. So we'll see the log going, or we should, on the left side. Unless I messed up the calculation. No? Because I said 14,400 seconds. And that should be... like, that should be 3,600 per panel. Right? Yeah, session time. It's right here on the screen, 14,400. And it should be going somewhere. Weird. So yours started at the top right and went down. Okay. Okay, awesome. I should oops. Dang it. Dang it. Okay. That's strange. I would have thought I would have gone by. Oh, there it goes. Stop stacking. Operation finished. Oh yeah. Look at that. it's going, it went down. Yeah. So it was up here and then it went down. So then it's the next one, it's going to be to the left. And it's trying to autofocus. um, I hid Stellarium off screen. If you saw something change, that's what it was. But yeah, this was all hands off besides setting it up like over an hour ago. It's weird because it ran, it's almost like it didn't include the initial, like it almost didn't include like the initial movement because it was slightly more than an hour. It was like an hour and 2 minutes. Okay. So it's starting the exposure. Oh, it's already gotten 10 seconds. Nice. Cool. So, yeah. On to the next one. Onward and upward or whatever. Yeah. No, it's good. It's like I say, it's very satisfying to me that, you know, that it's yeah, so to be honest, you don't need any coding to be able to use this application. The problem is initially the software was the API, like your computer kind of had to have a development environment set up. And if you had a development environment set up, it was like very straightforward. Um, but like, you know, I saw people on the forums, like they have to, if they have a Mac, they have to install Xcode. If they have a Windows computer, they have to install VS Code or Visual Studio, maybe, to be able to compile some of the modules. That said, there's a way, because it's Python, there's a way to bundle up Python applications where you include not only all the modules, but also the runtime itself. So the net result is you just have an executable you download and run. And that work has only fairly recently been done. And it's still like not in a very public, like it's on the Discord server. They have links to it. Yeah, exactly. So there is an effort to have a standalone version, and but like I say, it's not like it's on the Discord server that they're working on it, but it's not like it's not on the GitHub page yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if that happens fairly soon. It seems like there's been movement on it. And then that web interface that I showed, like the web interface, this, like you can hook it up to Stellarium, which if you're on a Windows box, you have to install the ASCOM drivers, and then you can do some configuration and get it to work. But and you can schedule stuff through the API manually, or using kind of an API tool. But like this web interface, I wrote that to on Saturday, to yesterday technically, but today. And I mean, I wrote it partly for myself, but I think other people would find it useful. So I literally wrote this today, so I don't know where where, you know, where it's going to head. But my idea was it would be nice if this was either an add-on or something people could easily also run, because then it becomes a lot more accessible to a lot more people. Like you don't have to have Stellarium running. You don't have to configure it. You could potentially, now I have some thoughts about that too, but like the part of, specifying in the mosaic, the coordinates and stuff, that starts getting a little, I mean, it's doable, but again, it's just another bar that I have some thoughts on that as well. But I think at the very least, this web interfaces would be a good start. Um, but yeah, like but none of it would require development skills per se. It's just some of the stuff you need to have installed is more the kind of stuff developers have installed, and then troubleshooting some of the issues can also be difficult. But like Wiley Site said, there's effort, there's work underway to make an all-in-one installer or executable. So single thing, you run it, and that's all you need. I have a feeling it'll be out this summer. I'm sure. I'm sure there'll be something out this summer, like more widely distributed. Yeah, but I think that'll be nice once that's out there. I think it'll be nice to really open this up. Yeah. So what, let me see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, Wiley Site's already kind of been sketching out some of these thoughts, but again, there's a lot of definitely a lot of interest in the community on I mean, on some of these Discord servers and stuff to really kind of add some value, add some functionality that isn't there, and kind of push things. Because even if they add mosaic mode, or when they add mosaic mode, it's probably not necessarily going to be like multi-device mosaics. So, oh yeah, and so that was, I forgot to point that out. Of course, like now it says 21. It was 11 before. So it went down, and so the next panel will be to the left, and then the final one will go up. But that'll be in 2 hours. I'm not sure if I'm going to live stream until the very end of the last panel. But probably at least through the beginning of the next panel. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. I'm trying to think of what other things that oh yeah, so like what I was going to show is oops. What I was going to show was the code that or the repo. So it's the Smart Underworld Seestar ALP, and this has yeah, experimental. It's definitely experimental. I mean, it's not too bad. It seems somewhat kind of reasonable, but again, it requires, like, you have to go and run like an API tool and stuff, but it'll get better. And then I have that web front end is in a fork of the code. So on GitHub, I made a copy of it and added the web interface. But again, I don't know where it's going to land eventually. But yeah. What else? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go back to the view. Yeah, actually, it's only 6 minutes, but you can definitely see some nebulosity here. But again, that said, I need a lot more data, so I'll probably do at least 3 more of these kind of sessions. Well, not live stream, but 3 more. So of the 2x2, I might have both of the Seestars doing it the next time. So then I'll have a total of 3 of the same area. So maybe, yeah, 2 hours, maybe 2 hours of data per panel. That might produce a decent result. And even if I don't do it on the even if I don't do it on the on a live stream, I'll definitely post it on a community post. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, it's I do like that when you get a product like this that people really take to it, and then like it brings out people's kind of tinkering ability. I mean, even starting with like people running it in equatorial mode, which it wasn't designed for, and I mean, and then this where it kind of it's able to send commands to it and build on those commands and do things that the app itself doesn't do yet, um, or things that it likely won't do, like being able to control multiple Seestars. Uh, like there's people on the Discord server for this that have like 3 Seestars going, which is pretty cool. I mean, Kai himself has 3 Seestars, but there's at least one other person that has 3. I'm sure there's probably others. Um, but yeah, it's really neat seeing, yeah, these, like you say, Liam, the tech savvy folks and tinkerers kind of doing things, yeah, that the device wasn't originally shipped to support. It's pretty cool stuff. Um, oh yeah, I forgot. So I'm gonna real quickly look at the phone, and this has been going for 36 minutes, and the bubble's starting to. You can definitely see it's like a bubble. Um, like the right side of it's kind of faint, but it's getting there. But I think now is the time I want to start looking for other targets for this Seestar. So let's see. Let's make sure I'm gonna get rid of that window. Okay. So I'm gonna turn off this view for now. And we have Stellarium. Let me make sure it's set for, oh, see, I pause the time sometimes. So let me make sure it's on right now. I'll unpause it. Okay. Oh, Eagle Nebula is visible. Although I do wonder how good that is with the moon. But the other thing that might be visible to me that I haven't tried, let me try Trifid Nebula, because I haven't been able to get that before. So let me try M20. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I see some people who, like you say, old guard, where they have, yeah, like people on YouTube or other places, and I've seen that where they'll kind of dog they'll criticize the Seestar, but then I've seen others who have like, crazy rigs, and they're like, and they also have a Seestar and they love it, And I always find that kind of interesting. It's like you have like a permanently a pier mounted telescope, and yet you have a sea star and you love it too. So that I find that kind of that helps kind of offset the people who just are totally uh, critical of it. Um, yeah, yeah, no, and that's great. Uh, I mean, and yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's a lot more cost effective. I mean, because yeah, you can spend like the barrier is usually so high for some rigs, and to be able to yeah for $500 get something and start getting. I mean, because I've had I have telescopes. I've had telescope other more telescopes in the past, and when I first got the Seestar and set it up outside and got some images the first night, it was very I've used this word too many times tonight, but satisfying. It was very nice. And yeah, I mean I've been quite pleased with it. Okay, so I am going to stop the bubble nebula, and while I still have a shot, I might it might not work, but I'm gonna try. I won't know until I try. I'm gonna try M20 because I haven't been able to image it before. I mean, hold on. Having yeah, and it's at a image at a moment's notice. Yeah, exactly. Like there's times where I've had an hour of clear skies after twilight, and I wouldn't have taken advantage of that in the past. Like I would have been like, oh well, I'm not lugging out a telescope and polar aligning it. Um, okay, it it alleges that it found it, so we will see. Wait, is that right? Let me uh, uh got into astrophotography during COVID, paid 520 for a star tracker, which isn't. I mean, that's not terrible, but I mean that's a nicer star tracker, and 800 for a red cat. Yeah, exactly. Which I mean they're I mean, but again that the time, the setup time, it just takes more time. Okay. Okay. So okay, so Webb's Cross is the thing that's in the upper left. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I am quite pleased because I've been struggling to try to get this, and it's such a narrow win. It's so low, but there's this specific area to my south ish, this kind of, or yeah, south. You can see like these are buildings all around me, and here's another building, and then here's another one, and I've got this like narrow window, like it's 15 degrees wide or something. um and so I've been able to image the Eagle Nebula because you see it's like up here, and I can start imaging it when it's like over here. So I have more than an hour with the Eagle Nebula, But things like down here are so, oh, I'm looking on the computer. But see, like this is to the south. So you can see this is southeast, south, southwest. And like the Eagle Nebula is up here, and so I have a longer shot with that. And some of the things that are a little higher, like which one is this one? No, not this one, but like even M10, I have this wider stretch, like for a couple hours or more. But like to be able to get these things when they're down here for only like an hour when they're visible is has been kind of a challenge. Um, so so this is great. This is really good. Um, Let me switch to the multi-view, or I'll just switch to the I'll just switch. No, I'll do the multi-view. So yeah, you can really see, yeah, the Triffids right there. And then there's this like open star cluster up here. But no, that's awesome. And that's only with 2 minutes so far. Now I'd looked at briefly, possibly I didn't end up staying up late last night, but I had briefly considered it because I was thinking, what is that? Oh, it's a shadow. I had briefly considered trying to image uh, either the what is it, the Triffid or whatever. But then I noticed. Let me show you when I change the time. So if I look at this yesterday, oops, wrong window. If I look at it yesterday, the moon was right here. So I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna image anything with a full moon like right there. Like that's not gonna happen." So I had briefly seen, oh, I can actually see the Trifid Nebula, and I'm like, I should stay up and image this. And then I'm like, no, not with the moon right there. So today the moon's like a little bit out of. It's probably, where is it? It's like it's over here. So it's that much further away. Uh, so yeah, I'm pleased. So this is good. This means I'll be able to get the Lagoon Nebula. I can get this Great Sagittarius Cloud. Several other things down here. I can image. So that's cool. Good to know. So with the Red Cat, you use the DSLR. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and the Trifid is really bright. But even then, like the fact that the moon isn't that far from it, it's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's I like it when there's a target that where there's another good target nearby. Um, yeah, that is always very satisfying. Um, yeah, yeah, I do have the light pollution filter on, so that does help a lot. Um, but yeah, this is turning out nicely. See, I'm gonna have to try this again. If I have clear skies tomorrow night, I'm definitely gonna image the Trifid again tomorrow. And what is it? One of the mosaics I saw that looked really cool was the Trifid and the Lagoon Nebula in the same kind of field. But again, that was with a mosaic. You can see, like, yeah, so like these two, but with a mosaic. Uh, maybe a, maybe a, if you frame it right, a 2x2 could maybe pull it off. But yeah, that would be kind of cool. Maybe I'll do that on if I have a couple of dark nights um, with the moon kind of not there. That could be cool. But yeah, you can even see kind of that blue coloring there. That's great. Great, great. Good stuff. So that's going well. Uh, actually, let me check in on the on this. Yeah. See, this is also starting to show some detail. Again, I mean this is 16 minutes before it's all, so it's 16 minutes and it's been going for 25 minutes. So yeah, about 2/3, which is similar to the last one. So if so, I'll end up with about 3 times as much for this panel. So yeah, it's tracking about where it was before. But I do think a couple more nights, or one night with both telescopes, will start producing some nice results. Um, but that said, I think I'd need to do a lot bigger mosaic um, to get enough of the, well, like that one was, what was it, a 5x10, 5x10. So but still, it's making progress. Yeah, it's so the blue part is a reflection. I mean, it's showing some of the blue, but it's not going to be, yeah, as bright. Maybe I'll do that if I do it tomorrow night. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow night because the moon will be just that much. If it's clear, the moon will just be that much further away. So maybe I'll try it tomorrow or the following night if they're clear. Um, yeah, it's kind of a mixed thing. Like, yeah, the weather here. Um, but this is progressing, so that's good. Good, good. Um, what else? Just checking chat. Let's see. Nothing too bad. Okay. Nice. Sorry, I'm just looking at some things. So cool. Cool, cool. All right. What else? See, I need to have more telescopes going. Then I could, I could, I'd, it would be kind of like spinning plates. I'd be constantly trying to keep things going. But yeah, I think based on my, my own state right now, I mean, I'm fine right now, but I think I will probably end the stream after the beginning of the next panel, which is going to be in about half an hour. Just because I think I need to get up and stretch my legs and stuff. And yeah. And I've said this, I said this last time. I need to get a more comfortable chair up here because this chair is not necessarily made for hours of sitting. Um, Yeah. No, that's fine though. But yeah, so is there a way that they could improve their planetary imaging? Um, yeah, I think that that's kind of a little that would be I think it would have to be a follow-on model because I think there's a limit. Um, I think with the existing hardware, there's a limit between the resolution of the sensor and the optics. Um, yeah, I mean it's ultimately. I mean, yeah, I mean the sensor versus and the focal length. Um, I mean to get like really close up planetary. I mean you're going to be running at a few thousand millimeters of focal length to get like the close up ones. Um, and you could yeah. I mean if they had a like would that even make sense? I mean not would that even work if you had a sensor. Let's see the higher resolution sensors tend to be physically bigger. But if you had one the same size that was 8 megapixels, that would only get you like 2 times closer, like 2 times 2 is 4 times the pixels. So it would give like if they were to come out with a Seestar with 8 megapixels, say, like it would get you a little, it would get you twice as close, but it would still be small. Um, yeah, like 1,000 millimeter. And like I mean some of the setups I've seen where people have like thousands of millimeters, like I mean, granted they tend to get things like Saturn like really big in the frame. Um, but even if you don't go that far, like something would have to like yeah. I mean, the problem is it would make the telescope physically larger unless they did some kind of folded optics, which I don't know that like there's trade-offs with that too. Um, so you'd end up with a bigger telescope, physically bigger telescope. Um, yeah, or like reflectors where like it's a refractor, like you can do it with reflectors where the light kind of bounces back and forth. Um, like like um I was thinking of like I mean like how Schmidt Cassegrains like they get better, they get longer focal length in a more compact package because it's like there's like it's the light bounces, but the secondary's in the middle and then it goes back, out the middle. So I mean, so like it goes the length of the tube, uh, well, 3 times, but um, twice from where the light is initially reflected. Um, well, more than twice because it goes out the back. But uh, like if you had something like that, but it wouldn't be a refractor to make it that. Otherwise, it just has to be physically bigger. Um, but I mean, that's the problem. It's like, I mean, I guess I've kind of gone back and forth. I on the Seestar itself. Um, well, I was specifically thinking about, well, wait, a larger sensor. Uh, the larger sensor would make the field of view bigger. I was thinking of a of the same sensor, uh, or a sensor that was physically the same size but higher resolution. So the pixels would be higher dot pitch. Um, but that said, I don't know how many sensors would fit that. I guess there are some. I mean, the Seestar sensor is, yeah. I think there's 8 megapixel ones that are about the same size. I think. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they're like, what's the dot pitch on the Seestar? Um, I don't know off the top of my head, so I'm gonna look it up. S50 sensor. I think it's like, is it a 2.9? I want to say it's like a 2.9 micrometer. What was it? Where did I see it? I could look it up a different way, but I'm going to look it up this way. Seestar. I think I did this before. Go get it now. Buy now. Buy it again. No, I'm not buying it again. Nope. They didn't have it there, but they did mention the sensor, so dot pitch. 2.9. So I don't know if there's ones that have smaller dot pitch. Pitch. After picking your pixels. Ugh. Yeah, what? Yes, yes. Larger sensor would make the field of view wider, a physically bigger sensor. But what I was saying is a sensor the same size but higher megapixel, which would require it to have a lower dot pitch. And yeah, that I guess that's what I was like going that it's not like you're going to get a 60 megapixel sensor the size of the Seestar sensor. Like it would have to be something smaller than 2.9 microns. What was it? Let me see. Astro camera. Let me switch back to this so we can look at the, let me close this. Not close this, but minimize this. And so I am looking up. I'm not doing it on screen because I don't want to. I just want to check it. So if I look up astro cameras and I see, okay, here we go. Okay. So actually 2.9, maybe there aren't any with less, or I shouldn't say not that there's not any with less, but it might be that there aren't any common ones that have less. Because I'm looking at some other ones and they're like 5.9 microns or 3.75, but 2.9 seems to be where a lot of like the smaller ones. I mean, the ones with closer dot pitch, pixel pitch. So yeah, I don't know that maybe there aren't any sensors that have the same pitch but are or not the same pitch, that have the same size but higher resolution. So that might not even be possible then. Or not that it's not possible, it's just that there might not be any commercial products. Yeah, IMX 462, that was the sensor for the Seestar. So yeah, there might not be. So since you can't go higher resolution, you'd have to go higher focal length, which would require either a bigger telescope physically, or a different, I mean, a different optical design that would let you go higher focal length. But yeah, so that's something I've always kind of gone back and forth on about the Seestar is is like sometimes it's not wide enough. Like in the case of you know, getting the Trifid and the Lagoon Nebula in one shot, or getting all of the North American Nebula in one shot, or getting like more of the kind of Orion Nebula, kind of the extended, some of the extended parts of it. Um, like, or getting kind of the Flame Nebula and the Horsehead Nebula in one shot. Um, it would be nice to have wider, but it would also be nice sometimes to go, have a higher focal length because, like, for examples, like planetary or a lot of these galaxies, like even in Markarian's chain, a lot of those are like there's a lot of them. They're relatively bright, but they're fairly small. Oh, and then on the other side, speaking of galaxies going wider, granted it's an exceptional galaxy as far as in our sky, but like the Andromeda galaxy is too big to get in the Seestar frame. So I've kind of gone back and forth, and given that I always can think of examples both from wider and more telephoto that the Seestar can't do, I'm like, well, maybe that shows that it's actually kind of in a good focal length to kind of cover a lot of the stuff in the kind of in between. But I guess it all depends on what you do. Like if you're into galaxies, it wouldn't be ideal. I mean, like exclusively into galaxies. But it covers a lot. So I think from that point of view, it's a good trade-off. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what further products they come out with under the Seestar line. Like, are they going to be kind of compact, smart telescopes, or are they going to start doing kind of like a physically bigger telescope that's smart? Kind of like the Celestron, the that that $4,000 personal observatory or whatever, smart telescope. What was it? Celestron. Yeah, Andromeda, exactly. The Andromeda galaxy. Yeah, the Celestron Origin Intelligent Home Observatory. So this is an eye-watering $4,000, but and it has an alt-azimuth mount. It's a reflector, but it's an all-in-one. Not quite as portable, transportable as the Seestar. But like, what were the specs on it? What's the focal length on it? Although it's a RASA, so it's faster. So actually, it's not that much better, or not that much more of a focal length. It's yeah, actually interesting. Yeah, because it's a very fast telescope. So the Seestar F5, and it's 250 millimeter focal length, and this is actually not that much more. It's 335. I mean, it's not like it's double or triple, um, but it only has a 6 megapixel camera. Oh, look, it's got 2.4 micron pixels, so it is smaller pixels, but not that much more. Not like drastically smaller. So that one will be a bit better, incrementally better than this, incrementally better than the Seestar for planetary, but not like crazy better. But and it's also $4,000. But yeah, so it'll be interesting. And 41 pounds. It'll be interesting to see what Seestar comes up with. Yeah. But yeah, good question. It'll be interesting to see what they come up with the next generation. Oops. Let me bring that back up. Yeah, it's a 6-inch Rasa, which is a it's a fast. Sometimes it glitches when I try to dismiss the chat. It's a fast design. I mean, it's f 2.2, but it is a reflector. Pros and cons, but yeah, no, I mean they can produce amazing results. Some of those Rasa scopes. Yeah, yeah, you beat me to it. Yeah, those Rasa scopes are amazing. Yeah, and the people who have like the ones that are even bigger. So yeah, going back to like Celestron has these Rasa scopes, which is it's like a Bro Ackerman Schmidt astrograph. So it's the design of the telescope. You look at these like I mean they're again the prices start going up like a lot, but they have 8-inch, they have an 11-inch one, and then 36 centimeter, which is that 14, 12? Metric 14, I think, 14 inch. You know, metric is, yeah, 14 inches. But yeah, look, it's $14,000. But like, yeah, they produce some amazing images and they're fast. So you get, like if you look at like this 8-inch one, like you can see like it's a much wider field. So they were able to get all of the Orion Nebula and the Running Man Nebula, and it's just and like look at this, like the field is so wide, like it covers a much bigger area. Or like the Rosette Nebula, like in the Seestar, you're only getting like a fraction of that in one frame, and so it and sometimes like I've seen it, they don't mention it here, but sometimes it's almost shocking at how quickly they get the exposure. um but I mean, it's $2,000 just for the tube, and then you have to add, you're going to add a couple thousand probably for the mount. Maybe 1,000, but good chance it's a couple thousand. Yeah, like this one. Is this the Rasa 8? But like this one is $4,600. But I mean, it produces some amazing images, but it's a pretty, like, what's the weight of this thing? Yeah, it's 400 millimeter focal length. And the thing weighs, the tube itself is 17 pounds. The tripod weighs, yeah, so you're looking at 30. The total kit weighs 124 pounds. Did they send it to you in like a crate? And this is the this is the 8-inch one. Now I'm curious. How much does the bigger one weigh? The 36. Oh, well, let's find one. Let me look at the 11-inch one, because the 14-inch, the 36 centimeter one doesn't come with a have a tripod as an option. So let's see what this weighs. The optical tube itself is 43 pounds. The total kit is 185 pounds. 185 pounds. Yeah, that's like, they're impressive, but 185. That's definitely, yeah, yeah. That's yeah, the 14-inch for the thing. They're gonna make the scope replaceable. Yeah, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what they come up with. I mean, yeah, it would be nice. I mean, like that Celestron. Even though it's kind of sold as like the camera and the telescope itself, the intelligent observatory one, not these other RASAs. But they do sell it that the camera itself isn't like, it's not attached. It's removable. So like if we go back and look at the telescope, um, let me see if I can find that, if they have an image of it. But basically, like, is that it? Uh, yeah. See the camera? It's removable. So they said up front that they'll be coming out with new cameras, or the cameras will be replaceable. See, so as new better cameras come out, you'll be able to upgrade it. So I could see maybe a more, yeah, modular approach for some of them. And I've seen some people talk about like having like a Seestar Pro or something, but I mean a lot of it, uh, there's I haven't seen anything concrete. I've seen a lot of general, like, not even speculation, but kind of like, this is where the way things are probably going to come, or what's probably going to come out, but it's not specific. Oh, shoot. I almost did it again. I was about to switch back to the multi-view, but then I realized the time. We're getting close. Are we? See, I feel like it's like that's disappointing, because the last frame, the last panel, I actually had, there was actually over 40 minutes, and this one only has 31 so far. And I think it's only like 6 minutes away from the next panel. Oh man, let me see. Let's go look at that. Oops. Just trying to get everything situated so I can see it. Yeah, see, it's failing. But that's why I'm going to do it again tomorrow. Maybe. Okay. Water. Meanwhile, as soon as this switches panels, I'm going to switch back to the Trifid because it's looking pretty nice. I mean, with just 24 minutes of data, those targets can be very nice. The ones where you start with less than half an hour, you get some good results. Well, in my skies, less than half an hour. Most everybody else's skies, they'll get results faster. But yeah, we should just be actually. I'm gonna switch to the phone real quick. But yeah, you can see some. There is some blue area there in the top, but I'm gonna try it again without the light pollution filter tomorrow to try to get more of that. But yeah, and then this cluster, it's turning out nicely. I'm going to switch back to the computer because I don't want to miss the next panel. So it should go to the left for the next one. And let's see. So it started at 11:59. So we're coming up on that, but then the second panel started at like 12:02. So we still might be 5 minutes out. But I don't want to miss. I know it's gripping. I'm gonna put the Raspberry Pi back. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they come out with their next telescope. Yeah. I'm probably gonna not run. I'm probably gonna shut down the stream in after the next panel in a few minutes. Were you doing what were you imaging? Because I know you were doing Markarian's chain at one point. Are you doing the veil or what are you working on, Wiley site? Just curious of what's happening. What's happening? So one other thing I need to do to that web interface I have right now, before I do any additional what do you call it? Before I can have multiple Seestars, the API supports multiple Seestars, but my web interface right now is hard coded to a single one. So I'm gonna have to fix that. I have a couple ideas on how I want to fix that, but once I fix that, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Then I can use it for scheduling some stuff. And I have a couple other ideas on it that I need to think about. But what else? Yeah. So it's let me see. Okay. So it should be getting close to the next step. Yeah, because it's now right past 2 hours from the very beginning of the mosaic. Okay, we're up to 34 minutes. So it won't be quite as good as the first panel as far as the amount of data. Oh, good. So doing the veil again. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I decided I thought about doing the veil, but I decided I was gonna I I had been looking at the North American Nebula for the last couple of days as far as possibly doing a mosaic with that. Okay, so Markarian, okay, it's around 11. That's cool. So any moment now, maybe in the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe the scheduler will kick off and it will go to the next panel, which will be to the left. Shift to the left. But I'm pretty pleased with this Trifid Nebula. I need to see how much longer I can even image it because it's kind of in that narrow kind of trench, um, and the telescope that's imaging it is the shorter one, the one that's kind of on the left. That's interesting because the one on the left is pointing to the right and the one on the right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm kind of confused on what it just did, but and it's autofocusing. Cool. Yeah, it should be relatively simple. Um, it should be relatively simple because I have like a Python function that kind of parameter. It, I started refactoring it into like common functionality where you just have to pass in the action. And the way I had it, I think I might have stubbed out the endpoint. I mean, it's all right. It would be kind of like the wait until or wait for functions. Um, it should be pretty easy to add. It was just I was trying to again. It was like for my own personal reasons. I was trying to complete the functionality I wanted to use for tonight, and shutdown wasn't necessarily part of that. It was just trying to get the schedule running. Um, and and it's imaging. Plate solve succeeded. Um, yeah, it's accumulating, so that's good. Um, I wanted to cut over to the Trifid to see what that looks like because that's coming along quite nicely, like almost almost surreally surreally. It's coming along quite nicely. So I'm quite pleased with that. And I've gotten about half an hour of data on it, but I need to see. I'm gonna quickly go back, and I need to figure out. Oh yeah, wait. Sorry, I keep jumping around between windows. But if you look at these at the Seestars, um, the one the one on the let me move it down. The one on the left is pointing to the right, and the one on the right is pointing to the left. So I don't know how much more, how much more sky I'll have with this. So when it's doing the panels, it does the right side top down, left side top down, and then middle top down. Interesting. Interesting. I guess that maybe that makes sense. Just from a implementation point of view. I don't know. Or maybe there's some other reason. I'm gonna quickly look at I'm going to quickly look here. Oh, wait, where's Trifid? M20. Oh, see, look, I'm getting very close to running out of time with that one. So that might be a good time to stop then. um, yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's other things that are kind of in the frame that I might want to image, but at this point, I think I might just end up calling it an evening. But let me look at the Trifid. Well, the good thing is, since I've proved that I can actually image this, I'm going to do it again tomorrow. So I think I'm going to stop M20 here, the Trifid. I'm going to let the I'm going to let this one go for another couple hours. And yeah, I think I'm not going to run the stream for 2 more hours, but I think let me go back to me. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. We'll leave it at that for tonight, and I will probably be live streaming at least some tomorrow if the weather cooperates. If not, I'll be there'll be some probably in the next few days, if not tomorrow night. And thanks for watching this. Thanks for those of you who are still out there tonight. Hopefully, so yeah, if you haven't if you haven't, like and subscribe. And I will leave it at that. Have a good evening, everybody. Yeah. Good night. Good night, Liam. Thanks for joining. And thanks, Wiley Site, for thanks, Wiley Site. And I am going to be okay. I'll take a look at that. And I'll be up for a couple more hours, so I might be on Discord at some point. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining, and have a good rest of your evening, and clear skies. So thanks.